Hi everybody, Renegade 67 and or 68 here with some more, moving my freaking chair around to get in the good spot. It's gosh dang, it's a fight. I'm constantly fighting with my chair, but also Fate Stay Night, Unlimited Blade Works of the Blind variety. So last time, um, actually I want to talk about that because I thought a little bit about it afterwards. So last time, it was an anticlimax kinda. Like, I don't know, to me, I guess I built up in my head over the weekend, but more than that, there was the fact that I'm like, okay, Rin didn't bring Archer, and now theoretically Shinji's capitalizing on this. Now Caster, cut that off. But Rin didn't bring Archer, and I felt, okay, now they're going to have to deal with them getting punished for that, essentially. And I guess their punishment was, oh, Shiro was forced to use a command spell. But, like, even that, command spell should be a big thing, and it's like, oh, he had to use a command spell, and then there was no big fight. So it's like, I felt like, oh, it was the perfect setup for Ren and Shirai to do something without a servant, and then they ended up getting a servant through summoning, but then they went their separate way from a servant, so I'm like, okay, so this is their chance to fight without a servant. They kind of did, because Shiro fought some Scullies, and I guess there's something to the fact that he fought them and they were like nothing to him, but, and like there's something there, but I really felt like that was building to some kind of something, and it just off-screened, and I was not, it felt bad. I'm not a fan, but, I get it. The punishment was that he had to use the servant, and I guess that Rin feels bad that he basically was the only one that got punished, and she didn't get punished, which is why she feels so bad, and I understand that. But I feel like I want the thing that they were punished by to not be like, oh yeah, they used that, and that's all. It feels like such a lame usage of the command spell. It takes away from a cool potential usage of the command spell. Yeah, exactly. It feels like the plot's just like, yeah, we need less command spells for later. I want a command spell used at a cool moment. And instead it's like, no more command spells. Too OP. You don't get any more. And I'm like, I want a cool moment. Instead, you off screen to the thing with the. Yeah. Right. So, next day, interval level 1. So, yeah, current theories, caster. We're looking for caster's master. It's someone at the school, which in my mind means it's Issei, Ayako, or Kuzuki. Or it's or there's some big plot twist going on at Sakura. I think there's a plot twist to Sakura, but I don't think she's Caster's Master. So I think Issei, Izuki, and Izuki? Kizuki. Kazuki? What's his name? Whatever. You know who I mean. The weird teacher guy. I think it's Kazuki because he has like no role in the narrative. But I hope it's Ayako because that means we can save her with our penis. Save her from Caster's malarkey. If it was Issei, that's the least unexpected because to me, he feels like the one with the most fleshed out role of those three if they're not a master. I mean, I don't know if Sakura is a master. I just think there is a plot twist with Sakura. She doesn't have to be a master for there to be a plot twist with her. I just feel like the game is hiding something from me about her. And it doesn't really fit for her to be a caster's master unless there's a lie, because Caster said that she killed her master, but we saw Sakura after the fact. Unless the plot twist is that, yes, she's her master, but also she came back from the dead. Like, maybe, okay, let's go with that. If Sakura is Caster's master and Caster truthfully thought she killed Sakura, then maybe Sakura is like a clone. She's not the real Sakura. Maybe okay. Let's just roll with this idea. Maybe Sakura isn't the real Sakura. Maybe the real Sakura died a while ago, and this Sakura is a clone, and she has more backup clones. Maybe Makiri is using like a army of Sakura clones for what I don't know. To use in the Grail War, and then have backups. Maybe she died at a young age, and her grandpappy got all sad, so he did some weird magic to make clones and keeps making them more to make more Sakuras. Sure, why not? What about Shinji? How does Shinji fit into the clone Sakuras? Does Shinji know that she's a clone Sakura? I don't know. I don't think Shinji knows whatever the plot twist is with Sakura, so I don't think he knows she's a clone, if she's a clone. Unlimited Sakura works, yeah. mm. The real Sakura was the heroine we made along the way. Yeah. The Sakura Wars. That's a video game. Yeah, alright. Let's keep going. I see a dream. I see a memory that I cannot reach through a small connection circuit. I cannot reach through a small connected circuit. Are you seeing Archer's dream? Generally, the flashback dreams right now are the connected dreams. Sometimes they're his own dreams, though, so... Not the sad music! So many memories. I cannot reach through a small connected circuit. That makes me think of his magic powers, where he, like, connects the circuit or whatever, and that's his, like, trace on. He sees the connection, so it could be about him. I keep feeding gotcha. Well, that's your first mistake, playing a gotcha game. Oh, it's this again. Wait, isn't this Saber's dream, though? That's her hill. For what did he fight, and for what did he keep running? Okay. It is, I think, an Archer dream, because we're talking about a he, but this is getting into Archer's connection with Saber. Because Archer was around to some extent during Saber's flashback. We theoretically know that because it was using Archer's voice actor to talk to Saber in the one flashback scene. Plus, there's been a bunch of other hits that the two are connected. I see a dream. I see a memory that I cannot reach through a small connected circuit. For what did he fight? And for what did he keep running? This is Archer trying to think of his purpose? Oh. Ah. He never told anyone about his motives. Archer. Makes sense. He keeps things close to the chest. Everyone around him saw him as either obstinate or a weird person. Sounds about right. And on top of it all, he didn't talk much. So I bet he was thought to be ruthless. I don't generally talk. It's weird to say this while I'm streaming. I'm not. I'm a rather shy person. I generally keep to myself in groups and analyze things. I don't generally talk much to people unless they initiate the talk to me. No, it's not always true. There are a few people that I'll talk my ears off to. But I'm very shy when first getting into it, and much rather just eavesdrop on other people's conversations and analyze everybody else's life. I don't really initiate conversations very much. So I just hear this, and I'm like, yeah, it sounds like that could relate to me, kind of. He didn't talk much, so I bet he was thought to be ruthless. I don't think people would think of me as ruthless, though, because I don't have the right appearance for it. Archer definitely would be thought of as that way. I could see that. People would think I was just weird, though, not necessarily ruthless. His intentions were not known. At the very least, nobody knew about them. He never talked about his intentions, even after he became a hero, and was burdened with many things. Okay. Well, you became a hero, so at least one of your intentions was to become a hero, right? Oh, unless that was just an accident. He talked about how he thought it was a burden, but he still did a good thing, clearly, for some reason. So even if he didn't want to be a hero, he wanted to do a thing that made him a hero. That's why he appeared suspicious to the people around him. Makes sense. Okay. It's because nobody knows his intention. He conveniently saves people in danger, but nobody knows why he is doing what he does. Definitely sounds like Archer. He saved Shiro when he was in danger. Then he saved Castor, although that one's a little more questionable. See, it's inevitable that people would feel uneasy about him. When you save everyone, people do start to question. Especially, yeah, because you save bad people, and they're like, what are you doing saving the bad person? Granted, Archer doesn't help things much when outwardly he's like, I want her to kill people. I mean, maybe that's true, but if it's not, it definitely doesn't help things. Maybe, though, in some way in his personality, he's like, see through my lies. If you can't see through them, you're not worth telling the truth to, because of his cynical mindset. The real begrudging, you know, the freaking life is dumb but saves people anyways kind of hero. It's none of the people who feel uneasy about him. He should have a reason. He should have had a reason. Greed, pride, selfishness, vengeance, or devotion. Selflessness, even. Yeah, usually you do have a reason, but sometimes saving someone just innately feels like the right thing to do. That would be the sign of a true hero, if anything. No reason, just because, they felt it was right. That was the reason. Simple reasons like those, which are easy to understand. If he'd had any of them, such an end should not have awaited him. Oh no, what was his end? This sounds all bad and stuff. His reward for success was always betrayal. Sounds a bit similar to Saber. There have been... when Archer was theoretically talking to Saber as she was about to pick up the sword, Archer seemed to somewhat understand what was about to happen with Saber. I don't know if he was just reading her, because he's good at that, or if he literally knew from the future, if he is a servant from the future past. Or he could just, be Shiro as well. That's always a possibility. Word for success was always betrayal. But yeah, that's similar to Saber because, she saved her country or whatever, and then they betrayed her. It's not that simple. One person ended up, corrupting the minds of everyone and turning them against her, so it's kind of bullshit to say that they turned against her. I mean, they did, but it was because one person was being a conniving conniver, so really her whole story was bullshit, but I've been over this. His reward for success was always betrayal. The things he picked up sifted through his fingers like grains of sand. And if I know anything about sand, it's coarse and rough and it gets everywhere. And that's bad. He got used to it. He got used to it like an idiot. From the very beginning, his reward was... not what he received from the people he saved, but the pure action of saving someone. It just felt like the right thing. A true hero. That's what a true hero is, really. He is like the Kiritsugu in that sense. Definitely. Not only are they cynical, but they seem to have the same reasonings for saving people. And they're acting the same way about the Grail War, more or less. Although... Kiritsugu was trying to get a wish where it seems like Archer is trying to destroy the Grail. If this is... if this was a sequel to Fate Zero, and not Fate Zero as the prequel, if this was a sequel, the obvious outcome would be Archer, before, things get bad, understanding the error of his cynical ways, and then becoming a nice guy or whatever at the end. But it's not. Fate Zero is the prequel, so clearly they're making alludes on purpose. It still might be the direction he's going, but it's less obviously the direction he's going. The repetition of it makes me so mad that I want to punch him, and it also makes me want to cry. And Shiro has to think about that because he wanted to be a hero like Daddy Kiritsugu and didn't really know how to do it. And so he sees him just doing it for no reward, and it makes him mad because Shiro wants to save people and get rewarded in some way mentally to make himself feel better. And he also gets mad because Archer's doing it without a reward and he still does it. And Shiro thinks, why? Because Shiro wouldn't like that, because he wants that satisfaction of some sort to fill the hole in his heart. But Archer just keeps getting a bigger hole the more he does it, but does it anyways. You could see why that would make Shiro very upset. The reason he was called a hero: his intention was never revealed to anyone. If Archer is post-character development Shiro, it does make sense why he needs no reward. Yeah, that would be the ultimate destination. Nobody around him knew, and he, the only one who had to know, eventually forgot about it himself. That is why I shed tears in spite of himself. That's why he would sacrifice himself to Berserker. He's still trying to take out Saber because he doesn't want her to have her way, because I think he knows something about her, even if it's subconscious at the moment, and consciously he doesn't remember because of his, memory loss. But he specifically, I think, wants to take Saber out of the war. That's targeted. But otherwise, he just likes saving people, I believe. Even Archer forgot about his character development? Seems likely. That is why I shed tears in spite of myself. To the miracle that in the long, long path between the start and the goal, where what is right or wrong is not definite. The long, long path. What is right or wrong. He never strayed from his original goal. Just helping people? And the end comes. An excellent savior is only trouble for everyone except the ones he saves. He knew his limits and the vastness of the world. He accepts what can be saved and what cannot be saved. Very Kiritsugu attitude. That is why he at least wanted people within his sight to be happy. Many scorned it as hypocrisy and as blind idealism. There were more enemies than allies, and he died at their hands. Yep, that sounds like a very cynical tale for sure. If that's the case, at least Kiritsugu had a happier end, honestly. Well, arguably Archer's not at an end yet if he's, still going as a heroic spirit, but in their normal life at least, Kiritsugu at least found Shiro, and that gave him a few years of happiness. Whereas Archer, man, ripping pepperoni. So this is not a place in this world. This place is the end of him. I will say, they're giving us ideas of motivations and stuff, but they're not really giving any kind of significant name drops or hidden sets like, oh, this person's identity is, wow, that's crazy. You're actually like a notable figure like King Arthur, for example, or if not, then some other new character to the visual novel who they would at least name drop. Because again, they've been hiding Archer's identity for a while, making it a big deal that we don't know who he is. So who he is has to matter to some extent. And that's why I'm so on the he's Shiro mindset. Because if not, who is he that matters? Because if they just ultimately get to the point and he's like, oh, of course, he's insert character here. And I'm like, who the fuck is that? Why does it matter you hit his name from? Why couldn't you just tell me his name? What would it matter? Even if he just told Rin and Saber never heard it, if Saber knows him, they just never tell Saber and then they keep the plot twist anyway, even if we, the player, know the name. It wouldn't matter. So that's why I'm on the whole, it should be someone, that's where my mind is right now. This place is the end of him. The illusion that he saw on the verge of his death, the only pride he had within himself. If he is Shiro, it makes a lot of sense why they're going in so depth with his motives. It fits a lot if he's Shiro. It fits a lot. And if he's anyone else, I don't get it. So, we'll see. The only pride he had within himself. The illusion he saw on the verge of his death. What, of him being a better person that could save more people? The hero that used this scenery as his weapon falls into his own darkness in the end. The basement was the past, and he's the future, yeah? The hill of swords that he reached. His battle ends atop this hill, surrounded by rusted steel without a wielder. And again, they say like master, like servant, that sounds very similar to how Saber met her end, so if Archer is Shiro, then, well, there you go. I don't know, how's Rin gonna meet her end? Uh-oh. That seems metaphorically important, unless it's literally important. This battle ends atop the hill, surrounded by rusted steel without a wielder. Maybe the theoretical idea there, if Archer is true, is that all these swords are imitations. They were never his to begin with. He was using them to help people, but he never really had a sword of his own. He never truly defined himself as anyone special. He just kept, doing the thing. He never cared to make a specific name for himself. He is still alone. But he thinks there's nothing to regret if he was able to save everyone that appeared within his sight. I see. And he smiles in satisfaction, lets go of the sword, and crumples down. Oh, Archer, you're cool, bro. You did good. If your goal is to destroy the evil, grody Holy Grail, you're doing good. That still seems kind of weird that you're like, I'll let Castor do bad things. I think him attacking Shiro was an emotional response subconsciously. It was grody in his memories, and so that's why he attacked Shiro. With the whole Castor thing, maybe he just cares that much about the Grail. Because he has seen somehow, subconsciously, he knows that it's grody in some way. That would make sense if he's Shiro, but Archer died happy. Well, Kiritsugu died happy, but that's only because he finally switched his gears and saved someone in the end. Archer's a bit different. The thing that makes Archer similar to Kiritsugu is that now during the Grail War, he's, theoretically, from what we can tell, doing grody things to win the war, whatever the definition is. But during his life, I guess, he never got to the grodiness, so I suppose that would explain why he'd be, happy. Maybe him returning to life after was the problem. Yeah, I can see that. He was satisfied, and then they brought him back. You think you're out, and they bring you back for more. That's why he never had any regrets. His objective was already accomplished long ago. From the start, he ran with his utmost effort, not for himself, but for strangers who shouldn't have meant anything to him. What you think about that, Shiro? What you think about that dream? Isn't that like the ideal for you? I mean, in the end, that means he didn't care much for himself if he died happy despite everyone betraying him. But that's like a very Shiro personality thing to do. He doesn't care much for himself, so I think Shiro would reach a similar end, if not the exact same one. Just helping people out and then eventually dying and being like, I helped as many people as I could. Cool. And then they bring him back, and it's just, well, okay, I'll just help more people. What do you want from me? If everyone betrayed him, did that include his lover? Oof. Oh yeah, big oofs. Oof. How dare you, Rin, and or Saber, and or Ayako, and or Ilya, and or Sakura, and or whoever. Neko-chan, how could you? I rub my drowsy eyes and get up. It's 5:30 in the morning. I don't feel sleepy, so I guess I was able to sleep well last night in spite of everything. Man, I guess I'm pretty simple-minded. I crumble while getting up out of the futon and change into my uniform. I grumble, not even crumble, but I grumble. If I crumbled, that would be problematic, I assume. Dash, dash. I can hear faint breathing if I strain my ears. Giggity. I feel Saber's presence on the other side of the sliding door. Now don't make it dirty, Shiro. You already made it dirty, Shiro. Don't even pretend. Breakfast. I'll go make breakfast. That's good, that's good. I can make breakfast. That's not dirty. Although the dishes will become dirty afterwards. Oh no! I shake the indecent thought out of my head and go out of my room quietly. Oof, still the pervert. You gotta respect it though. At least I do, because I'm a pervert. The breakfast table. My expectation that it would be a quiet breakfast considering what happened yesterday. My expectation is that it would be, or that it would be? My expectation that it would be a quiet practice considering what happened yesterday is shattered?
そこでそのお医者さん、
I
なん
see.
て言ったと思う？
Shattered.
藤村さんは稀に見る健康体ですから、献血でもしていったらどうですか？だよ。
Oh, picked the wrong time to drink some water. That's so good. I love Taiga's voice actor. She's great. And what do you think the doctor said after that? He said, you have an extraordinarily healthy body, so why don't you donate some blood while you're here? What a rude person. What a rude doctor. Because now they're putting you in an awkward situation where, especially if you don't want to give blood, if you say no, you sound like a dick. But like, I don't know, I'm selfish. I'd probably just say no, fuck that. I wouldn't say fuck that, but what a jerk, making you say no and feel awkward about it. It's interesting that if Archer, he still never became fully cynical through his life. Maybe his cynicism here is the facade, just like Srin's mask. Yeah, that's true. Also, the fact that he doesn't fully have his memories might be playing into his cynicism, as he's not really sure how to, you know, how to account for his own feelings himself. Like, it's all ablaze. Like, I know these are things I did. Why did I do them? What kind of person am I? I usually just like comic relief, but I love Taiga. Yeah, she's good. I like her. The acting also really helps.
私だって病人だって言うの。ああ、もう次からあんなところ行かないんだから。
Man, I'm a patient too. I'm not going to such a place ever again. Is totally destroyed by Fujine, who is more energetic than usual. Of course. So you didn't come out of this as bad as you did in the other timeline, where Shinji really targeted you specifically to piss Shiro off, which worked. In terms of horse racing, this development is the dark horse, but something tells me this might have been the more likely outcome. That's not how it being the dark horse works, but sure.
あ、お味噌汁おかわり。玉ねぎ抜いてね。
Maybe it's a dark horse in general, but not in your life. Oh, I want more miso soup. Can you leave the onions out?
はいよ。で、それから倒れた生徒はいろんな病院に運ばれたって言うけど、みんなすぐに気がついたのか?
Alright, so what happened after that? I heard all the students were taken to the hospital, so did they all regain their consciousness?
そうね。個人差はあるけど、昨日中には回復したはずよ。
Yeah, most people should have recovered yesterday. Okay, including the people in the one class, or are they still in serious condition?
4回。1年生の子たちはただ眠ってたのと大差なくて、2年生の子たちは記憶が飛んでる子もいたみたい。
The ones on the 4th floor, the first years seemed like they were just sleeping, and some second years lost their memory of the incident. Okay, but what about the one particular room on the 1st floor? That was supposed to be where it was worst, right?
3年生の子は、2階の教室にいた子より大事はなかったけど、1階の教室は。
The third years, they weren't as bad as the ones on the 2nd floor, but the ones on the 1st floor... Right. Oh yeah, I heard about that being a thing. I don't know how true it is, but like what, first years go on the top floor? No, that seems backwards. I don't know. But wait, so third years were on the 2nd floor, first years are on the top floor, second years are on the 1st floor? I don't fucking know. I'm not gonna read too much into that, I guess. Oh, there's also a 4th floor. Never mind everything. If there's a 4th floor, then I can't think, And that completely kills the idea of 1 year per floor. 4 floors? Your school has 4 floors? This is a high school? This isn't a college or anything, it's a high school. That's weird. High school with 4 floors sounds crazy to me. In Japan, I guess? Maybe they need the space, so they have to build up because there's less space in general. I'm used to 2-floor schools, generally. I don't know if I've been to a school with more than 2 floors. I don't know if I've been to a school with 1 floor. I think they've all been 2 floors. Anyways. Fujine looks down as though it's difficult for her to talk about it. All that Yakuza money. What is it? Is the school funded by Fujimura? Was that a thing? If it was, I forgot about it. I feel bad. Fujine has gone to all the hospitals in the town. Oh, wow. How responsible of her. Checking in all the students, even the ones that maybe she never taught. Good for her. She's just seeing what kind of conditions the students on the first floor classroom are in, and it's not great. My high school is 4 floors, not just headcanon. Oh, wait, your high school is 4 floors, or is that your headcanon that your high school is 4 floors? I'm gonna assume it's your headcanon that your high school is 4 floors, because that's funnier, even though now reading it again, I think that's not what you mean. In my headcanon, my high school was 69 floors. Take that. So it's just see what kind of connection the students on the first floor. Condition.
ごめん、この話はもうやめる。ともかく、学校はいつも通りなんだろう。
I'm sorry, I'll stop talking about this. So the school is starting as usual? Yeah, I know. The Yakuza funding the school. I figured that's what you meant after I reread it, but I decided it was funnier if I assumed the thing I read originally was correct.
うん。けど3年生はもうじき自主登校だし、体調が悪い子は休んでいいことになってる。3年の子たち、ほとんどが休むんじゃないかな。
Yep, but since the third years can start coming to school voluntarily soon, what? They said people who are not feeling too well don't need to come to school. I bet most of them won't come today. Wait, the third years can start coming to school voluntarily. I don't get it. Voluntarily as in they're the ones on the first floor? You haven't made that clear if that's the case. The first years and some of the third years, they weren't as bad as the ones on the second floor. But the ones on the first floor, I don't get it. Are the third years on the first floor? You have not made that clear. Whatever. Everybody just skip. Oh, exam prep for third years. That's why they get to skip? That sounds weird to me for a high school, but yeah, imagine going to school voluntarily. Exactly. Why would you ever? Everybody doesn't like to go to school. High five. I know some people like to go to school. Gosh, couldn't be me. Except using that realistically, when usually that's used sarcastically. It actually couldn't be me. I see. Then it'll mostly be first and second years coming to school today. Which means it's suspicious because you're a third year? So it's suspicious if you go to school? Or is it a dirty lie in your second year? How old are you?
なあ、藤根。うちの学校でさ、竜道寺の関係者って誰かな?
Hey Fujine, who in our school is connected with the Ryudo Temple? Issei? Kuzuki seems to have some kind of relationship with Issei. I don't know. High school once got the last year if we didn't have classes, we could just go home like college. If we didn't have classes. Oh. That was like that in my school too, but you generally would always have classes. I think unless you were staying more years than you had to, then that's the only way you might have less than the mandatory number or something like that. Alright, Shio's second. Good. That means it's not suspicious if he goes to school. In fact, this might be helpful. If none of the third years are here and we still sense the person, and that narrows it down. It cuts the potential pool down by 1/3. That's really good in universe. Out of universe, I don't think it helps much. But in universe, that's useful.
一星君じゃないの？彼、お寺の跡取りでしょ？
Wouldn't it be Issei-kun? He's the successor of the temple, right? Okay, Issei's gonna be a red herring then? They're bringing him up this early. I think he's gonna be a red herring master, but he's not actually gonna be the master.
だよな。はい、なんでもないから忘れてくれ。
Yeah, no, forget about what I just asked. I suppose they could make him the, grody truth master where Shio refuses to believe it, and then he's like, no, it is you, Issei! That doesn't really work, though, because whoever it is doesn't seem to be complicit with Caster's evil deeds, so there's no reason to think that way. You could just assume that there's someone who needs to be saved, so there's no reason to ignore the evil truth, because it's not even that evil. I mean, it's bad for them. All the more reason you should assume, well, what if it's them, and look into it, so you can help them out. Question mark? Put my bowl down while I look up at the ceiling. The only one connected to the Ryudo Temple at our school is Issei. But it's too soon to decide whether he's a master, and most of all, I don't think he is a master. Neither do I. Why'd you get cut off?
じゃあ行ってくる。 留守番よろしくな、セイバー。
I feel like he's just a red herring. The narrative is throwing his name in there to get us thrown off the course and think it's ISSEI, but I don't think it's ISSEI. Spying confirmed. I am reading the visual novel. I did it. I succeeded. Giguk. I know Giguk. I don't know what video you mean, but I know Giguk. Anyways, I'm going now. Take care while I'm gone, Saber.
シロも気をつけて。あの校舎から結界がなくなったとしても、キャスターのマスターがいる以上は油断できません。0時はあと一つだけなのですから、行動には細心の注意を。
You too, Shiro. Even though the boundary field is gone from the school now, you cannot let your guard down as long as Caster's master is there. I love saying that. Caster's master. Rolls on the tongue, so nice. And Caster herself is a master. Cute. You only have one more command spell, so please be careful. I showed up in the recommendations when you watched the Giguk video. Wow. I feel so honored. Thank you, TD Spider. This hell of pacing. Excuse me, wise fool. My pacing hell is beautiful and I love it. Ugh. You have only one more command spell. Yeah, which is dumb because I used one yesterday for a silly thing that got off screen. Grumble, grumble. Even though the boundary field is gone from school, you cannot let your guard down. Well, duh, there's another master. I mean, okay. Sure.
分かってる。キャスターのマスターを見つけたら、まずここに帰ってきて、セイバーに報告するよ。
I know, if I find Caster's master, I'll come back home and report to you first. So, Archer at least is going to be with Ren and not be staying at home this time, right, though? That feels like an obvious thing, even if Saber's staying at home to conserve energy. If Archer's not coming, then that throws the whole, like, we learn no lessons. We can't waste a command spell again.
はい。期待に添えるよう、私も魔力を回復させておきましょう。
Yes, I shall stay here and replenish my magical energy to meet your expectations. Well, I mean, don't worry, they're not that high in this timeline. This timeline, I want to bone Rin. Saber sees me off. How nice of her. And she's even accepting of the situation we're in, the me going to school. I guess because Rin's on my team now, she's more accepting of staying home, which is fine. You know, as long as Archer is coming, of course. Because just me and Rin is sketchy, as we saw last time, where Rin had to waste a spell, or rather, I had to waste a spell, but it wasn't Rin. But we're team spell wasters. We wasted one as a team. Team spell wasting. It seems Fujine has more things to take care of regarding the incident yesterday, as she went to the hospital right after breakfast. Okay. There's definitely less and short SOL. Shit out of luck. Scenes in this timeline, but more rom-com. Shit out of luck. But what do you mean? From the first timeline, shit out of luck? I don't know quite what you mean. You mean like Shiro getting lucky and then not getting punished? Because that was a thing, and it bugged me. But I mean, sometimes it's like he got away with it because he had Avalon, which was helping him out. But... oh, slice of life. I think of the wrong things when I see your acronyms. Yeah, less slice of life, more get into the bananas. Oh, and rom-com, but there's also less heated love action so far. So far, it's been a lot more tsundere-ness in the relationship, the rom-comminess. So I don't think it's right to say the SOL is being replaced by the rom-com. I think it's more the slow burn romance so far. Maybe until the later stages is being replaced by the rom-com, and the SL is more being replaced by just doing more action-y things, for the most part. The school doesn't look any different, even after such an incident. Where is Shinji, I wonder? It's 7:30 in the morning, and the school gate is filled with students. The students are talking about what happened yesterday, creating a rather noisy scene. Dash, dash, dash. So... in the middle of it all, in front of the school gate, is Shinji, because that would be interesting. Ren. Tosaka standing there like an angry devil. What, was I supposed to get here sooner? I guess she's just generally going to be in her Super Sun mode right now after recent events. Dash, dash, dash. I have a bad feeling about this. What is it this time, Ren? I have a bad feeling, but I can't sneak past her since she's in the middle of the road.
よ、 おはよう、登坂。今日は遅いんだな。
Oh no, was Shiro supposed to come early too? Did he not get the memo? Good morning, Tosaka, you're early today. I stop and greet her.
つまり一星が怪しいと思うのよ。
Oh, she comes right out and says it. I think Issei's suspicious. Okay, I'm pretty sure Issei's a red herring. They're jumping on him really hard already. It'd be one thing if Shiro's like, it might be Issei, and then they left it in the back for a little bit, and it's like, it can't be Issei. But the fact that they're jumping on that immediately makes me think Issei's definitely the red herring. So I think it is between Kuzuki and Ayako, who I already thought it was most likely anyways. Issei was always my third guess. Whoa! First thing she says is straight to the point.
怪しいって何がさ。
What do you mean by suspicious? To be fair, Issei's always thought of Rin as a suspicious type. It's just revenge suspicions.
キャスターのマスター、竜道寺に巣を張ってるキャスターと竜道寺から学校に通ってる一星、これで因果関係がないはずないでしょう。
Caster's master. Caster's in the Ryudo Temple, and Issei's coming here from the Ryudo Temple. There has to be a connection here. There could be. There doesn't have to be. I assume that's a herring. I mean, Caster would have went there no matter who his master was, right? In theory, because it's a very strong magical place where everything is centered or something like that. The whole town's thing is centered, so Caster would want to go there no matter what. So I think even if, if Issei was her master, it would be awfully convenient. But if anyone else was her master, she'd probably just beeline it there anyways. So I think that assuming there's a connection there is... I understand it, but I think there's not much merit to it.
ないって。そんなの偶然の一致かもしんないだろ。
It very easily could be coincidence. There's no connection, it might just be coincidence. I try to defend Issei. Shiro's defending him a bit hard, though. This could be a thing where Shiro has to accept the hard truth, but Shiro learning to accept hard truths was Timeline 1 shtick, so I don't think there's much purpose to doing that here.
そんなわけないじゃない。いい？ここ数週間、竜道寺の山門はずっと閉じられているのよ。
That can't be true. Look, the mountain gate through the temple has been closed for the past few weeks. I'm remembering in Timeline 1 we talked to Issei and he said there was a bewitching female there or something. So, Caster's probably masquerading as a regular person at the temple. She's probably using some magic to manipulate people's minds and stuff to let her do her thing, essentially. But again, that doesn't mean her master has to be at the temple. The mountain gate to your temple has been closed for the past few weeks.
部外者は入れないし、寺から外に出てきたのは一星ぐらいのもんなんだから。
No outsider can come in, and Issei's like the only one who came out of there. If anything, Issei could be a double-layered trap. Like, maybe Caster realizes Issei is probably the most suspicious. And I think this is definitely a trap, so it might be like a trap within a trap. I don't know how that works, but maybe. I mean, it could be easily if Caster has planted something on them, like, oh, if they think you're the master, you explode and kill them. I don't know. Issei's like the only one who came out from there. Comes out from there? You mean comes out, right? Because that's acting like he only came out once. As if he only ever came out to school once. Anyways. Oh, you were watching it today, probably. You were watching it only he came out. That's what you mean, I think.
これで怪しくなかったら、真犯人は誰でもいいってレベルで
If
しょ。
he's not suspicious, everyone would be a fair call. Well, not everyone, not the third years, because if you're still sensing them here today, it's not the third years. That's a big cut down. But I can see from her perspective for sure, because she can't be meta like me and know that it has to be someone who's been name dropped already. She would have to assume it could be anyone in the school. So it's a fair thing to assume from her perspective. She just has to be careful about tunneling on it. Looking into it is completely an acceptable thing, though, because it could be him. It definitely could be. I don't think it is, but it could be.
あのさ、外に出ないって言うけど、普通お坊さんは頻繁に寺から出てこないもんじゃないのか？
Hey now, you say nobody comes out, but don't monks usually stay at the temple?
バカ、あんたいつの時代の人間よ。檀家周りあっての総門でしょ。山寺に引きこもってお賽銭だけで食っていけるんだったら明日にでも出家するわよ。
Before Caster's Masters and Unnamed Rando. I don't know. I've talked about this. There's just no point to the mystery at that point. where they name drop that it's someone in the school. We know of people at the school. If it's gonna be a rando, the narrative is handling it all wrong. And to me, that just feels obvious, but... You idiot, how outdated is your knowledge? Monks can't live without, collecting alms. Alms, for sure. Whatever those are. If they could just shut themselves off, up in a temple in the mountains and live off offerings, I'd join them myself. Really? Does that say something about your character, or are you just making a point to emphasize your point? Because, like, is that real? Would you join them if you could just live off? I don't think so. I don't think you're that kind of person. You need to strut your Tosaka pride. Maybe the inner feelings of you want to escape from the pride Tosaka-ness, but you wouldn't admit that. Ellipses dash question mark. What? Dash. Tosaka might be serious. Alms donations. Sure. You could just say donations, but alms donations. Sure. Tosaka might be serious. The only significant unnamed person is Gramps, but there's already a link. Yeah, it seems likely that they're Makiri. Lancer's OG master? Oh yeah, Lancer had an OG master. But yeah, even if they don't get named, it doesn't really matter. Their name doesn't matter at this point. Unless, you know, they matter more later on. It turns out that, oh, they were this person's name all along. Then it could matter. But, yeah. Names are all just, set dressing, really, in the terms of, even for, you know, people talking to other people in real life, but especially, you know, in narratives. You know, Gramps doesn't necessarily need a name, but then, oh, he's Makiri, that lets them see the plot twist earlier on kind of thing, which they did, theoretically, if I'm right, probably am. Of course, that could be a red herring. Red herrings are also things. Tropes. Tosaka might be serious. Alm is the beggar style, go around asking for money. Donation is like you come give someone money. Oh, I understand. So it's the pettier version. But it's okay because they're monks? Oh, I get it. They go around asking. Because I see. So people donations would be going to the temple and donating, but they go around asking for money. Wow. Monks do that? Sounds petty. If ISSEI was here, I'm sure he'd be yelling that she's an offering thief. I'm interested in what's going on with the temple, but that's not the problem. Oh, what's the problem? What are you sensing, Shiro? What's up? Temple needs a patron, of course. I should worry more about our surroundings. What's the deal? We're at the school gate. Students coming to school are all around us, and they're all paralyzed at the reckless speech of the school idol, Tosaka Ren. Oh, who gives a shit? I mean, everybody, the only master who doesn't know who you are. I guess to be fair, you don't know about Kirei being a master in theory. But, like, I guess he'd be the only worry, theoretically. Because Caster's master, we know, theoretically isn't in on it, but I guess they could theoretically be in on it, but they probably aren't in on it. Anyways. But from my perspective, you don't need to worry, because if you're worried about masters realizing you're masters because you're acting weird, who cares? If you realize about them thinking your boyfriend or girlfriend, who cares? Unless you do care, Shiro. Giggity.
何よその目。何？エミヤ君は一世をかばうってわけ？
The association gives a shit? I mean, they'd only give a shit if they give off that they're magic. Right now, they're just giving off the idea that they're a couple, which the association will not care about. I would assume. I mean, maybe they're like, no, Rin, you must marry a actual dignified magus to continue on your magical line of prideness. Your father would refuse anything else. What's with those eyes? What, are you gonna stand up for ISSEI?
いいわよ私は。あなたが現実的な推測を無視するって言うんなら、こっちだって勝手にやるんだから。
Fine, if you're gonna ignore the obvious, I'll go and solve things myself. Well, thank you for the suggestion. However, let's work together, thank you very much. She keeps prattling on recklessly. How long until she says too much? Well, I mean, the recklessness right now is... I mean, she'll kill the witness then, or the association will kill the witness. I mean, she won't be happy about it. That'll teach her a lesson for sure, but... Our school idol is the only one who does not realize the situation. It's funny, once she realizes, she'll care, because she'll realize the romantic implications. Shiro is what, already realizing them? Or maybe he's thinking more about the possibility that someone will figure out that they're masters. Would you believe someone talking about magic on the street? Yeah, exactly. They'd probably think, oh, those guys talking about their video games. Yeah. I mean, unless you had reason to think that they're real, if you heard people talk about magic, you're probably like, oh, them doing their live-action RP. Chumbyo. Yeah, when they start doing magic, yeah. Tosaka, come over here! Man, Shiro is probably thinking about it because of the romantic implications, because he does have a hard-on for Rin at this point, I would assume. Now, he doesn't want her to get confused, her to get confuzzled and locked up in that, because he feels awkward about if she was to find out that he feels things for her. Now, she feels things back, but he's tone-deaf when it comes to sensing other people's romantic interests, I would say. I'm gonna attack at school Tosaka. Oh, yeah, well, that was different because of her hormones for Shiro. What, are you gonna run away? I won't run away, just come this way. Oh, she's really heated up about this. She's probably trying to be on the ball to solve this because Shiro was so good at being a master yesterday. And also, he had to waste a spell on her behalf because she didn't have Archer with her. So she feels like it's all her fault and she has to pull her weight. So she's, you know, really getting heated up about, you know, not being a burden, not having Shiro do everything, and just feel like she's wasting away doing nothing in this team. And even doing negative things. I dragged Tosaka by her hand. Ooh, cooties. Hey, Emiya-kun! Ooh, still calling him Emiya. You noticed enough to say that. I guess until now she hasn't really been saying my name at all. She can complain later. Just let me get away from here as fast as I can. The morning practice must be cancelled because of yesterday's incident as the archery range is quiet. Where's Ayako? Let's talk to Ayako. Is that the secret? We haven't seen her in a while because she's the plot twist master. I kind of hope so. I want to save her from Castor's evil ways. I also want her to just be around more, honestly. Phew. Good. We won't attract attention here. So the remaining problem is... Dash. Tosaka, who's glaring at me silently.
分かってる。遠坂の言いたいことぐらい俺だって分かってる。分かってるからそんな顔するな。遠坂にすねられるとどうしていいか分からない。
I know what you want to say. I know, so don't make a face like that. I don't know what to do if you sulk. You can't deal with her sulking? You prefer it when... I prefer it more when you smile. And then she makes her devil smile. See, like that. I'm not sulking. Oh, and that's a Sun sulk. My mind is stunned at the lightning comeback. But I have to deal with her calmly. You don't want a bigger scene so people think even more that you're in a romance, so that she gets even more mad at the idea that you're in a romance. Now, she will get mad at the idea, but only because she's a Sun, not because she doesn't like you. You'll think, though, it's because she doesn't like you. And you do like her, and you want to at least stay in the friend zone, and her not eject you out of, you know, not even associating anymore because of the awkward implications of you being a couple. And she would never like you. It's probably Chihiro's rough mindset. Whereas Rin's not even really thinking about it at the moment, I'd say. Issei's life is on the line. Oh, there's Issei too. Knowing Tosaka, I bet you do something reckless to test Issei. I mean, given how she attacked you, fair.
あなたこそごまかさないで。キャスターの本拠地は竜道寺で、一世は竜道寺から学校に来ているのよ。だっていうのに、どうしてそれを無視するのよ、あなたは。
Don't try to deceive me. Caster's base is at the Ryudo Temple, and Issei is coming to school from the Ryudo Temple. Why are you ignoring that fact? I mean, sure, but it's a bit convenient and feels obviously like a trap if that was true. Tosaka yells at me. She's right, but I just don't think it's Issei. I agree. And because Shiro's smarter in this timeline and not running away from hard truths, I think there's merit to agreeing with his statement.
何よ、反論があるっていうの？
What, do you have any objections? Ellipses. But I'll die before Issei if I give her such an ambiguous answer. Fair. I can't leave Tosaka like this, so I'll have to try to convince her somehow.
よし。どうしても一世が怪しいって言うんだな、遠坂は。
Alright, you're saying Issei's suspicious no matter what, right? Okay, so, this seems like good timing. Issei suspicious? Issei? Issei, yeah. Maybe the game's trying to red herring Issei by saying, oh hey, this is like Shinji, Shiro's ignoring the truth. Yeah, but that's different, because I feel like with Sakura there's a stronger thing, and in Timeline 1, he's doing this for the first time. In Timeline 2, I think Shiro is smarter. But yes, I do think it's a red herring, and I think we are supposed to think that he's ignoring the hard truth. But in this case, I think he's actually smart about it, because I don't think it's Issei either, and I like thinking that I'm smart. Alright, you're saying Issei's suspicious no matter what, right? Oh boy, what's Shiro's epic retort to the idea that he's suspicious?
そうよ。エミヤ君にはわからないかもしれないけど、今の竜道寺はとにかく変なの。
Right, you might not be able to tell, but the Rito Temple is really strange right now. How would I not be able to tell? I went there, and I don't know about you, you weren't there to my knowledge. I was there. There's lots of weird malarkey there, casters there. That is strange, you're right.
キャスターが根城にしているってこともあるんだけど、それにしたって揺らぎが大きすぎるっていうか、集まりやすすぎるっていうか。
It's true the caster's base is there, but the distortion is too big. What are you suggesting? Oh, that's also where the Grail is supposed to be a thing? Is that right? Because I know there's a strong connection to magical energy there, and I know Kirei brought Ilia there, but I don't remember if he did that because, that's supposed to be where the Grail is formed, or if because he brought her there, that's where the Grail was formed, and he just brought her there because it was a good base of things to fight. I don't remember the exact reasoning, but... And there's too much being collected.
集まりやすすぎる。それって街から吸い上げてるっていう魔力のこと？
Collected? You mean the magical energy sucked up from the town?
それは関係ないことだから気にしないで。
No, it's nothing, so don't worry about it. Oh? What's she thinking about? Sure, the caster's base is there, but the distortion is too big, and there's too much being collected. Don't worry about what, Rin? What are you talking about? Magic energy sucked up from the town. Are you theorizing the Grail's gonna be a thing there? Why wouldn't you say that to Shiro? Because you don't want to sound stupid? You like saying things when you're sure about them because of your pride or whatever? In that case, you're wrong about Issei, so you should have thought before you said it because you're wrong. Ellipses. Happening besides the caster BS. Oh boy, well, we know Assassin. Something weird's about Assassin, because he's like a servant of a servant, and that's already weird. You're more suspicious than Issei right now, Tosaka. Agreed. Very much so agreed. You never made full sense to me in Timeline 1. You're making less sense now. The idea that there's another master here, and you knew that. You never said anything, even when Archer got taken out in the last Grail. Grumble, grumble, grumble.
ともかくそんなところから涼しい顔でやってきてる時点であいつは怪しいの。
Anyway, he's suspicious because he's coming here with a cool face from such a place. Oh, you think he's cool, huh? Don't let him hear that. He probably has a closet crush on you. He's like the closet pervert. He always has to, pretend he doesn't like the girls, because he's not supposed to like the girls, but he likes the girls. And someone like her scares him the most, because he probably realizes that she's a son, so she's a closet boy pervert!
前からあいつには一発蹴り入れてやんなきゃなんないって思ってたし。
Maybe it should be Rin and Issei OTP. Yeah, Shiro, get out of the way. It should be Rin and Issei, the ultimate sun combo. Maybe a bit too much sun, though. An unhealthy amount of sun without enough dare. I always thought I needed to give him a kick. So this would be a perfect opportunity. There's precedent about the master thing and hiding it, Rin. I knew Saber was gonna Ray. Oh, fucking... Oh, that pisses me off. I haven't, I forgot about that, but you reminded me. I haven't forgiven you for that, Tosaka from Timeline 1. I knew Saber was gonna run away. In other words, you're using her as bait for me, you freaking piece of Rin shit. I remember thinking at the time to make myself feel better. That's right. I convinced myself Rin was lying to sound smart, as if she knew what was going on, but she actually didn't, because otherwise I think she's a dick. That's right. I still hold to that. I'm just gonna assume she was lying to sound smart, because if she's truthful, then fuck you, Rin. Oh, you brought that back up, Wise. I forgot about that. I was telling I need to give him a good kick. This would be a perfect opportunity. Yeah, I guess there is precedent for hiding things unless she absolutely has to say them. What does that say about her psyche? She thinks she has to handle everything herself? I suppose. Because of the pride. She can't burden Shiro. She doesn't want to... But if she's worried for Shiro's safety, she should tell Shiro so that Shiro doesn't go running off on his own. So that she goes and helps Shiro, and she doesn't do that in Timeline 1. And she also doesn't bother to help Shiro fight Shinji. That suggests... Even if she likes Shiro, she's more suspicious of Shiro in Timeline 1, such that she doesn't say anything about it. She thinks he's all weird and stuff. She did think he was all weird and stuff, so she never grew to fully trusting him. It was a cautious trust. It makes me think of, I've been reading, Liar Game, and I enjoy Liar Game. It makes me think of something that Akiyama says. I really like it, actually. The idea that trusting someone without reason to trust them is, worse than doubting someone on principle, because it means you're not willing to, get to know them. It's apathetic. And that makes me think of the idea that maybe, Rin put on the face of, oh, I trust Shiro, but she didn't want to pry too much in case she found out a hard truth. That's usually Shiro's thing. And she didn't want to find out a reason to dislike Shiro, so she didn't pry and kept her distance ultimately, and never fully got close to him because of that. I guess there's some merit to that idea. Yeah, that sounds like it could be a thing. She never fully let Shiro in Timeline 1 because she was afraid of finding out that she wouldn't like something about him, and she didn't want to not like something about him, so there was always a disconnect. I guess so. Anyways, she still didn't really tell me about the extra master until I kind of pried a bit, but I guess she's still sort of opening up to me in this timeline anyways. Yes, I always thought I needed to give him a kick. This would be a perfect opportunity. Tosaka serious. I heard that they weren't on friendly terms, but I didn't know it was this bad. Actually, what the hell did Issei do to Tosaka? What do you think he did to her? I'm a bit curious as to what could cause Tosaka to be so drastic. No, now's not the time. I mean, maybe they just don't like each other's vibes.
そうだな。一世の立場が疑わしいってのには俺も同感だ。
Yeah, I agree that Issei's position is a suspicious one, but it's a convenient suspicion.
当然よ。これ以上かばったりしたらそれこそ同罪なんだから。
Of course, you'd be guilty too if you keep on defending him. Okay, you're trying a bit hard, Rin. You really want to be right about this to prove to Shiro you're not a burden to him, but I'm pretty sure you're wrong about it. Sorry. Religion versus magic? Oh yeah, fair. I mean, that always has been a thing. Kirei's, a fake priest and all that, and that's supposed to be a grody position, so.
なあ、だから一世のことは俺に任せてくれ。あいつがマスターかどうかは俺がはっきりさせる。
That's definitely deflecting, but sure. Yeah, leave Issei's case, so leave... Oh, Rin's not gonna like that, actually. So leave Issei's case to me. I'll find out if he's a master or not. Okay, Rin's not gonna like that. Because she's trying to prove to Shiro that she's worth something because she feels bad about not helping out enough yesterday and how he was doing everything and he had to waste the command spell and she didn't. She wants to earn her keep, as it were. Shiro doesn't care about that, but she cares about that, so she's not going to like the idea of him dealing with it. He doesn't actually think it's Issei, though, and doesn't want Rin to do anything drastic, which is why he's trying to say to Rin, oh, let me deal with it, but he's not realizing that Rin has a big ego issue right now. So I think Rin's going to not be okay about this. Oh yeah, look at that face. Rin's ellipses. She is not happy. Whoa. It looks like she doesn't believe me at all. I don't know if she doesn't believe you. I just don't think she'd like it for you to be the one to solve it.
信じろ。 一星が友人だからって手加減はしないし、遠坂にも嘘はつかない。だいたいそんな心配はいらないんだ。一星があんな非道をするわけないんだから。
Okay, Shiro, that last line was definitely an excuse. Archer's already presented the idea that they're not in on it. Trust me, I won't hold back just because he's my friend, nor will I lie to you. Nor will I lie to you? Well, Rin's lied to you, especially in timeline 1. First of all, this is all needless worry. There's no way Issei would do something so evil. But yeah, again though, Archer's already brought up they could be doing it unconsciously. Ellipses, says Rin. I mean, you held back on Shinji because he was your friend, but I mean, and he wasn't even a very friendly friend, but I guess for Sakura's sake. But yeah, this is different, I think. I can see the red herring, but I think it's a red herring. The silent pressure continues. I bet Tosaka's worried that I might go easy because Issei's my friend. I think that's what you think, but I don't think that's what she thinks. I mean, I agree that's what you think, because I'm seeing that that's what you think, but I think that what you're thinking is wrong, yes. Her doubt is only natural, so I just have to endure it. I have to get her to believe in me. She already believes in you after yesterday. She probably believes in you too hard and wants you to believe in her, whereas you just want her to believe in you still because you have the hots for her. Makes sense. Shiro and Shinji's relationship in a nutshell. For Sakura's sake. Yeah. Now Shiro and Ren seem to be in a battle to prove each other to themselves. Not realizing that they already have each other's approval.
わかったわよ。一星のことはあなたに任せる。
Alright, I'll leave Issei's case to you.
遠坂。
I sigh with relief.
けど、どうやって見極めるのよ。エミヤくん、マスターの見分け方覚えたの？
But how will you figure it out? Do you know how to identify a master? Tosaka asks about the fundamental deficiency in this proposal. I mean, Rin must have a way to do it because she's been near Issei a lot and has never been like, oh, of course he's a master, so she must have something. Well...
まさかいつもの調子で、おい一星、お前マスターかなんて問いただすわけじゃない
Don't
でしょ
tell
う
me you're
ね。
gonna go up to him and ask, hey, Issei, are you a master? I mean, even if he is a master, he might not know he's a master, so that wouldn't even work even if Issei always had to tell the truth.
いくら協力関係でもね、そんなたわけたことをやろうって言うんなら、ここであなたとの決着をつけてやるわよ。
Even though we're cooperating, I'll settle my case with you right here if you're gonna do such a thing. Do such a stupid thing. Good, I want to see you guys have another fight. Let's do it. Shiro, do a stupid thing so you guys have another fight. I know she's joking, but do it. I want to see it. Yeah. She's mad. Mad like angry or mad like crazy? She's really mad. Which one?
また、大丈夫。聞かなくてもマスターかどうか分かる手段はある。一星の件は今日中に白黒つけるから、遠坂はおとなしくしていてくれ。
Are you joshing?
結果が分かったら連絡を入れるから。
Is this an excuse? Are you backed into a corner? Hold on, it's alright. I have a way to figure out if he's a master. Your inner monologue has already said you don't. Are you gonna try to ask someone else if they know a way to figure out if someone's a master instead of just asking Rin? Because you want to prove to her? I have a way to figure out if he's a master or not without asking him. I'll settle this case today, so please don't do anything. I'll contact you once I figure it out. Do you actually have a plan, Shiro? Or you just feel backed into a corner so you're saying whatever you think you need to say to exit this conversation?
そうね。協力関係ってこういうことだし。
Oh no, I don't like that that's her takeaway from this. You're right, cooperating is like this after all. That's not what cooperating is necessarily like. I have a way to figure out. Please don't do anything. I'll contact you once I figure... You know, cooperating can also be you'd both be doing it together. Now, you can, separate and cover ground, don't get me wrong. But the notion that your response there is, yes, that is what cooperating is. Dividing and conquering, never getting together and, that is not the healthiest cooperation. There's certainly other ways to cooperate. And the fact that that's where your mind is at in regard to cooperation shows how distant you are from having real cooperations, which makes sense given your upbringing. She starts walking away with a gesture that obviously tells me she's not content.
信頼してるわ。けどあんまりバカなことはしないでよ。もし一星がそうだった場合、下手な行動は命取りになるんだから。
I'll trust you, but don't do anything stupid. Not too stupid, only slightly stupid. If Issei's a master, doing anything stupid will only result in death. Suppose. I think Shir was more worried about Rin doing something reckless, aka stupid. I think Shir was smarter in this timeline. Also, he still has Avalon to back him up. Saying so, Tosaka goes back to the school building. Dash, dash. I see her off.
あれ今のもしかして
Huh? Could that be? Could what be? Could what be? You see Aiko? Is it Aiko? Is it Shinji? It wouldn't be Issei, because that wouldn't really work as a nice narrative beat here. He would be something like Speak of the Devil, not Could that be? I realized that she might have been worried about me. Oh! Oh, that's what you meant. I thought you saw somebody out of the corner of your eye or something. Oh, you realized she was worried about you. Yeah, I think she's also worried about you doing too much and her not doing enough. It's lunchtime, so I go to the student council room.
邪魔するぞ
Excuse me? I'm used to sumimasen as excuse me. Jama, suma, I don't know quite what you said there, but I'm not used to that as excuse me, but okay. Excuse me. I call and open the door.
おう、今日はここで昼食か、エミヤ。
Oh, you're going to eat lunch today, here, Emiya? Issei's eating lunch by himself inside. Still sleepy, Issei? Dash, dash. Good, this is convenient. Alright, this should be an interesting conversation.
どうだ調子は昨日の事件どんな塩梅になったんだよ
How is it? How did yesterday's incident turn out? Oh, what does he know or remember? Was he at school? If he's Caster's master, he should have been, in theory. I sit down at the table and start talking casually.
それが説明されずじまいだ。1階の空き教室に置かれていた薬品がどうしたとか、そんな当たり障りのない話だよ。昨日の午後から朝まで散々校舎を調べ回って、出た結論がそれだとさ。
Still unexplained. They're saying something about there being chemicals in the empty classroom on the first floor. That's the reason they came up with after searching through the school all night. Ah, chemicals, huh? Not a gas fire, though. Granted, that's Caster's shtick. This was Ryder. In theory, assuming they're not the same person. He must be unhappy, and he starts biting on a tough-looking carrot. What are you unhappy about? That they don't know? That it happened? Seems more like it's that they don't know that you're unhappy. All the magic he's giving his servant. Oh, that's what makes him so sleepy? Makes sense.
しかしお前も運がいいな。昼休みから珍しくサボりかと思えばなお逃れたという。普段の行いがようやく報われたということか。
But you were lucky. You skipped school after lunch and managed to avoid the disaster. Yes, I guess you were rewarded for your good daily conduct. Skipping school is good daily conduct? Oh, it's a joke. I get it. He's like, look at you. I could learn from you. I should skip school more if I want to avoid disaster. He's making light of the situation because he feels uncomfortable. I know how humor works. He now sips on his tea happily. Man. This isn't the right atmosphere to interrogate him, so I'll wait and see for a while. What is the right atmosphere to interrogate a friend? Huh? Suddenly I noticed lunch break will be over in 5 minutes. Okay, 5-minute interrogation, let's go.
どうしたエミヤ？何かひらめいたか？
What's wrong, Emiya? Did you come up with something? Oh, I did. A way to interrogate you? Yes, you're right. I think I did. Maybe. Ask me later, when I interrogate you.
ひらめきはしないが思い出したのんきに弁当食ってる場合じゃなかった
No, but I remembered something. This isn't the time to be casually eating lunch. Leisurely, casually, whatever. I quickly wrap up my lunchbox and turn to Issei. Issei, I have to tell you. I love you.
不穏な空気。言っておくが金の無心はするな。
I have a bad feeling for this. Please do not ask me for money. No, I know that's your job as a monk, right? Get your alms. Hmm?
ねだられてもないものはない。
I don't have any, even if you want to borrow some. Were you trained to say that by monks? I get up from my chair. I don't have time. I take a deep breath. What are you doing? What are you doing? What's your plan, Shiro? How do you sense if he's a master? You even said in your internal monologue that you didn't know how to figure it out.
一世、何も聞かずに上着を脱げ。
He could be hiding it, can't he? Couldn't he have, especially if Caster is trying to keep their identity from themselves, it could be magically hidden, their command spells. There could also just be physically hidden, but no, in Caster it would be magically hidden, maybe and physically hidden. You're not gonna find command spells. Okay, though. Don't ask questions, just take your top off. I clearly state what needs to be done.
なんでそう
What? That's a fun little funny bit, a fun thing they can get out of it. I guess Shiro's desperate, and he thought that, oh, that'll work, but I don't think he thought it through.
だから制服を脱げ。上着だけじゃなくてシャツもだ。
Peak rom-com, peak Shiro Issei romance, for sure. I'm sorry, Issei, you don't realize, that it's, Rin in the rom-com with Shiro. You're not part of the bromance rom-com, I'm so sorry. I told you to take your uniform off. Take your shirt off as well. But Issei, how do you feel about this? Do you secretly want it?
裸じゃないと意味がない。
Nice. I'll take it. This is a little bit of a derp on Shiro's part, I feel, but it's a funny scene, so I'll take it. I'll allow it. It's it's not any good unless you're completely naked.
何を言い出すかと思えば正気か貴様。あれか、新手の押し問答か。そもさんなのか。
What are you asking for? Are you insane? Is it a new way to question me? No. Do I have to do this now? Are you saying you'll do it at a different time?
そう、せっぱせっぱ。いいから脱げ。放課後になったら手遅れなんだから。
And he's just accepting that he'll do it? Is that how good friends they are? That's cute, at least. If they're good enough friends that he accepts that he'll just do it because he knows Shiro doesn't joke like this, maybe? Yep, this is urgent. Just take off your top. It'll be too late once school ends. I attack Issei. Oh no! Rape alert!
やめるかたわけ。貴様それでも武家の息子か。
Oh, stop it, you fool! Are you really from a family of warriors? I mean, am I? Kinda. Debatable. That's a fun fade out.
よし。
Shiro doesn't laugh, Emiya. Oh, that's right, yeah. The situation's very funny, but to be fair, it wouldn't really be funny to Shiro. Because he's just, that's right. He's just set on the whole, we have to find command spells thing. Or rather, I have to find proof that he's a master or not a master kind of thing. But yeah, it's true. Shiro doesn't really laugh. I forget exactly who said that and when, but yes, I do remember that line. I just don't remember when it was said and by who. Right, Ayako, best girl said it, of course. Shiro needs to learn to laugh in this timeline, right? Isn't that, like, part of the character development? Is it needs to learn to laugh? If he talked with Ayako more, he'd have a chance, maybe. Because, they're good friends. And we just don't. We need to talk to Ayako more. Ayako, be in the narrative more. Ah! But, Yosh. Alright. To summarize, I didn't find a command spell in Issei's body. Could be magically hidden. Magically delicious. I checked thoroughly, but I didn't find anything like a command spell. Okay, this is the part where you go, it could be magically hidden. And if you don't say that, then that implies to me that the narrative is just badly done, and Shiro missed it this time because he's stupid for some reason, and it is going to be Issei. That seems like too easy of a twist, though. I thought best girl is Ilia. Oh, I mean, Ilia is best girl. Ayako is best girl as a friend. Not best girlfriend, but best girl as a friend. That's Ayako. Ilia is best girl. But you know, anyways, sorry. Ayako got friend-zoned. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. She got friend-zoned. I would gladly do an Ayako waifu route, though. I checked thoroughly, but I didn't find anything like a command spell.
よかった。いや、ほんとよかった。
Good, this is really good. I nod to myself. Don't accept it that easily. That implies that you're wrong and that Issei is the master. And I don't want that. I want it to be Ayako. I don't want to be wrong.
何が良いものか。貴様、ここまでやっておきながら何もないとはどういうことだ。
What's so good? What's so good? What's with you doing all this for nothing?
ああ、そうか。悪かった、イセ。事情は話せないんだが、どうしても調べたいことがあったんだ。それも済んだから、もう何も問題ない。
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Issei. I can't tell you what's going on, but I need to check something. It's done with now, so there's no longer any problem. It's still possible Issei's a red herring. If he is, though, he's a more effective red herring for someone like me, then. Because this is implying to me that Shiro is just wrong, because he's not looking for the magical crest, and then Rin will be like, you idiot! And then they'll realize it is Issei. That's the through line in my head, but that in itself could be the red herring, in which case, good job, author, that's effective. That will actually get me. Because up until now, I just thought he was a red herring. Now, if he is a red herring, now he's actually convincing me that maybe it is him, which makes it more effective for me personally. Aiko, best woman, yes. I understand why Shiro isn't checking magical stuff. He's just using his strip search as an excuse for him to get off Issei's back. Sure. It just feels like if this is Shiro's way to actually believe that it's not him, and he doesn't doubt it at all, that's an implication to me that it is him. Because there's a clear way it could be him, it's just magically hidden somehow. And Caster being Caster, she could totally do that, and probably would if she's trying to hide the identity of her master. Especially if they're hiding their master and being the master from themselves. But anyways, I need to check something. It's done with now, so there's no longer any problem. I bow and apologize.
悪いことをしたと思うのなら謝罪の一つもするというもの。
Okay, if you think you've done something bad, it's natural for you to apologize. But why'd you do the bad thing in the first place? I'm sorry, Issei. Well, he did say sorry. I can't tell you what's going on. I needed to check. And he's just okay with it? Wow, they really are good friends. Issei goes silent with a serious face. Ellipses. But now the search has gone back to square one. If Issei, the one at the Rita Temple, is innocent, there's nobody else here that might be Caster's master. Okay, so this is a red herring or not then? Because now I'm thinking it might be Issei. Fuck, narrative, why? So, if it's a red herring, then what they're going to do is have him talk to Fang, and then Ren will be like, you idiot! It could be magically hidden. It could be Issei after all. And then they go find out, and then a scene happens where it's like, wait, plot twist, we thought it was Issei, but conveniently, this person's doing that at the same time. It's really them. That's how they could do the red herring twist, I suppose. But they have to bring up the fact that it could be magically hidden, because obviously, I feel, to me, obviously could be. So them not bringing it up now means to me, I feel like that's the plot twist, is that it will be magically hidden and that it's him. Unless that's the red herring twist. Which is fine, but if they never bring it up, then that's just bad writing. Anyways, there's nobody else here that might be Caster's master.
なあ、イッセイ。最近、寺の方で変わったことはないか？
Hey, Issei, is there something strange going on at the temple?
変わったことというと
Or you're just wrong. No! I am not just wrong, because if Issei is not the master, and this is not a red herring, if they never bring up that they could somehow just be magically hiding the command spells from his body, especially if he's an unconscious master, Caster would definitely have to do that so he never notices, and Issei's never notices, and he's like, wait, what's that? It's definitely a possibility. If they just never bring it up, that is just bad writing. That's not, to me, that's not a case of right or wrong. I might be wrong about who it is, but... What do you mean by something strange? Doctor Strange.
わからない。ただ、今までとは違うこととかないかな。
I don't know, but is there... It's not about whether they can be hidden or not. It's about the fact that Shiro wouldn't know, so there's a reason for him to assume that maybe they can be hidden until he's proven otherwise. So, that's my point here. Anyways, what do you mean by something strange? I don't know, but is there anything that's different?
そうだな。最近の話なら見慣れない女が一人いるぐらいか。だがそれだけだ。親父も兄貴たちも静かなもんだぞ。
Let's see. If you mean recently, there's an unfamiliar woman, and that would be Castor in disguise, probably. But that's about it. My father and brother are always, are as always. I thought he was saying are away as always. My father and brother as always. You have a father and brother. Interesting. Maybe that's a red herring. Maybe, wait, but this is after they already did the thing that theoretically deconfirms them. Unless they're meta level, and we would assume that. And that, again, that this is what is the real red herring, in which case him dropping a father and brother is making Issei to be more important than he actually is, to think he'll get more cool character development later because he's actually a master, but he's not, and his father and brother don't matter? Why give him a brother? Is he that important? Will you do more in the narrative? Issei's not unimportant, but he's important enough to be characterized for there being a point to him having a brother. Couldn't he just have a father? Why does he need to have a brother? Is it just set dressing? My father and brother are as always. Issei says so naturally. Dash. The woman, he mentioned that in the other timeline too. That's Castor in disguise. I assumed as much already. The other timeline, I thought it might be like... At the time, we didn't have as much clear identity on Master, so I'm like, maybe that's Castor's Master? There's like a woman-woman pair? There doesn't seem to be a woman-woman pair in this game. Unless Castor's Master is like Ayako. Or something like that. But, yeah. Yeah, I think it's Castor in disguise. Failing to debunk widely and unfounded viewer assumptions is hardly bad writing. It's not unfounded. Archer has already brought up the idea that Castor is controlling them without them knowing. If that's true, then they definitely would be hiding the command spell from them somehow. I feel like that's the normal assumption. The assumption that the command spell isn't being hidden from them is a very weird assumption to make to me. So to me, there's nothing unfounded about my assumptions. It's a very normal, logical assumption, I assume. I assume my assumption is logical, and if they don't bring it up at least, then to me that's bad writing. Just plain as day. You might disagree, and that's fine, but in my opinion, it's bad writing. In my opinion, it would be objectively bad writing. Objectivity. It's a fun topic. Let's talk about that. No. Dash. There's an unfamiliar woman? Could that be Castor? Well, I'm sure she could pretend to be human without a problem. Oh, that's an assumption you're willing to make, but not the assumption that there could be, she could be hiding the command spells on her unwilling master's body? Sorry, I'm getting a little heated about this now that you're challenging my thing as wild and unfounded. Grumble. Or would that be Castor's master? I assume it might be Castor's master in Timeline 1, but I'm pretty sure it's just Castor in disguise at this point. Dash. Maybe I should ask Issei about it. And you see, that's the other thing. Even if it doesn't matter, Shiro still has a fair, renegade ego is hurt easily, chat. I'm sorry. Unfamiliar woman. Could that be Castor? See, this is a fun thing, because Shiro is like, would that be Castor's master? See, in my mind, it's obviously not Castor's master by this point, but it's a very fine, makes sense for him to assume this at this point in character where he is in the narrative. So I'm not going to be like, well, that's useless. Why would he say that? Because I think it makes sense for him to assume that. It's a sensical assumption to make, even if there's no real point to the line of questioning. Or, I'm wrong and it is Castor's master, but that really doesn't make sense of what we know about things. Think command spells, sure, think command spells can be hidden, only makes you suspect everyone. That's very fair, but I think there's no reason to tunnel and assume they aren't if there's other ways. Like, if Rin has some way to figure out if someone's a master beyond just looking for the command spells, and Shiro ignores that, then that's just ignoring a hard truth, unless he's ignoring it because the writer didn't think of it, which makes it bad wording. But anyways. Or would that be Castor's master? Maybe I should ask Isuke about it. I guess I'll ask him. It'll be pointless, so I guess I won't ask. I mean, this is an interrogation, right? Did I spell interrogation wrong? Probably. I guess I'll ask him. It'd be pointless, so I guess I won't ask. We're trying to find out the true things about Castor, so yes, asking him sounds like the correct thing. I guess I'll ask him about it. She's not one to reveal herself to the ones living at the temple, but I might be able to get some clues.
一世、その見慣れない女ってどんなやつなんだ?
Issei, can you tell me about this unfamiliar woman? Because it can't be, like, if her master is someone we know, then it can't be her master. Because, like, Issei knows Ayako, Issei knows Sakura, I think Issei knows Sakura. But I mean, like, and if it's someone from the school, I guess Taiga, technically, but, like, Issei knows Taiga, too. I really don't think it's Taiga. That'd be the biggest plot twist. Issei, can you tell me about this unfamiliar woman?
外国から来たとか、いつもターバンみたいな布で顔を隠しているとか。
Is she from a foreign country? Or is her face covered with something like a turban? Unfamiliar woman. Foreign country. Turban. Why do you jump to turban? Where does that come from?
なんだそれは。そのような怪しい女ならばすぐさま放り出している。どんな思惑で知りたがるのかは聞かないが、彼女は真っ当な客人だ。
Oh, because Castor normally hides her face. That's fair, but she wouldn't have much of a reason to hide it if she was disguising herself somehow. What is that? We would kick out such a strange person. I don't know why you're asking, but she's a legitimate guest.
兄貴などは毒婦だなんだと喜んでおるが、俺は不思議と気に入っていてな。一度しか話したことはないのだが、悪ぶっているように見えるが根は善人だ。
My brother is happy that she might be an evil woman. That makes him happy? Your brother's kind of weird. I strangely like her. I've only talked to her once, but she's a good person even if she may look evil. You've only talked to her once. Once might be enough, so you could be the master. It's certainly possible. She's a good person even if she may look evil. That's interesting, Issei, because you're supposed to normally be a good judge of character. So the idea that you're saying she's a good person, if that's Castor, you're judging very wrong in this case.
ありゃ、聞いてみるもんだな。一世が女の人を褒めるなんて。
Oh wow, so asking the question
も
was
しかし
worth
て
it.
惚れたのか?
Seeing how you're praising a woman, did you fall in love with her? Yep, that closet pervertness.
バカを言うなったわけ。俺が感心したのは、あの女が自分でも気づいていない部分の話だ。大体だな。兄と仰ぐ総一郎の相手に化粧するなど。
Oh, he's your brother, not your father. Oh. So he is related to Kuzuki. Brother, though. Okay. Don't say such stupid thing, you fool! I admire a part of her that she doesn't notice herself! First of all, I cannot fall in love with the lover of the one I respect as my older brother, Soichiro! So is that just the twist? It's Kuzuki? That would make sense. That's what I thought would happen. I want it to be Aiko because I want her to be more important in the narrative, but I did think my number one was that it would be Kuzuki. And that's a fairly effective way to twist the narrative into that. But if this is us just twisting it towards Kuzuki, then I do think that the fact that Shiro never even considered that, to me, I don't know. We'll see. How dare you, Wise? Something happened with her and we haven't followed up on her. What the fuck is up with that? But anyways, Kuzuki. Unless, I wonder if Kuzuki's a red herring too. And not likely. This is probably just means he is the master, but, He's who I thought was the master. For a long time, I thought he was a master, but... So there is a connection between the two. They're brothers. He thinks she's evil. Interesting. It still does feel... I still don't feel great about the idea that Shiro, who's now supposed to be smart, has the rom-com scene with Issei, convinces himself that it's not him, and then moves on. I mean, I suppose it's fine if then they go follow up and then go to Kuzuki and they strip him naked. I don't know if he's going to be as accepting of stripping naked and then find his command spell. But if they do that, then I guess they're proving to themselves that yes, it's Kuzuki and not Issei. But that in itself could be a trap. Like, this could be a brother trap where, like, maybe she planted a fake command spell on Kuzuki to make people think that it's Kuzuki, but then it actually is Issei and his is magically hidden and he has the real one. Could be a brother trap. Anyways. I cannot fall in love with the lover of the one I respect as my older brother, Soichiro! Issei suddenly stops and lowers his head. Was it supposed to be a secret? Was it supposed to be secret that, you were romantically involved? Or, wait, not romantically involved. Brothers. You were related. That's what I meant. Was that the secret part? No. It was probably supposed to be a secret. Maybe because Kazuki's a monk. Oh, wait, Kazuki, is he meant to be a monk too? Because if your brother's a monk, then he shouldn't be getting into the romantic thing. So, yeah, it probably was supposed to be a secret. Maybe he's not a normal monk because he became a teacher, so he cast off his normal... Wait, if Rin was spying on the temple, and that's how she knew that Issei was the only one who came out, then what about Kuzuki? Does he not come out? Because that's weird. That would be very weird. Oh, we seem to be dropping a bit of frames. Is it over now? We're still dropping? It seems to be stable now. Dashes. I don't know if he felt dizzy or what, but Issei falls on the table and does not move. He probably wasn't supposed to say that. He was flustered in the heat of the moment because he does kind of maybe have a crush on her, but he knows he's not supposed to. This was good interrogation. It was definitely worth it. I wonder if we didn't ask that question. Probably would lead to an extended bad end is my assumption. We probably need to know it's Kazuki and then follow through on that. And if we don't, we get axed randomly when we aren't expecting it by caster or something. I don't know. Issei falls on the table and does not move.
What's wrong,
Issei? Is it an anemia or something?
いや、体の調子が悪いのではない。
I'm also being sleepy 24/7 makes him more open. That's true. It's not that I feel bad. He raises himself real fast. I laugh thinking that he's acting like a coy old doll. Whoa!
Issei.
Huh! What the? What the fuck? What? What? Wait, what? Wait, whoa, whoa, wait, whoa, what? Wait, whoa, what? What the? What? Wait, whoa, whoa, wait, whoa, what the? What the? Boo, 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 boo. Did he stab me? Did Kazuki stab me from behind, or did Issei stab me from the front? Whoa. Huh? Huh? Is this a bad end? Was I not supposed to interrogate? I wasn't supposed to do too much. I know too much to live? Huh? Or do I live anyways? I laugh thinking that he's acting like a coiled doll. I look at Issei without looking at my slashed stomach. Huh? Huh? What? Who? Why? When? Do we see our attacker?
獲物がかかった。私を追求する者に遭遇した場合のみ、この人間に植え付けた命令が作動する。
You fell for my trap. The order I implanted into... Nope. How do I want to voice this? You... You fell for my trap. The order I implanted into this human functions only when he meets someone who inquires about me. Who's me? Is me Caster or is me Soichiro? Is Soichiro the master and this guy, and he's using his brother? That would be a dick move. Or is Caster, or is Issei the master? And that would be the trap, because that makes sense. Of course, I said it would be a trap all along. Oh, I'm still not sure if he's the master. It would make sense if he's the master, but it could also just be that he's being a puppet from Caster. It could very easily be a puppet from Caster, because Caster's, you know, he's been at the temple. Caster could have implanted something in him. It does seem like Issei just stabbed us, yes. So is this a bad end, or do we live this? Huh. Was I supposed to be smart enough to know not to ask because we're next level thinking in this timeline? Because I, Renegade, assumed this was a trap all along. So maybe I was supposed to be smart enough to realize not to inquire? And then we're gonna die? You fell for my trap. The order I implanted into this human when he meets someone who inquires about me. Okay, which me? The brother or the caster? So, okay. Does that mean it is a red herring and he does have it magically hidden in his body? Or he is like the puppet and his brother is it? But in either case, I don't think they know about Caster who's evil. Although the brother apparently said that Caster's evil to Issei. Huh. Are we still dropping? We're dropping a little bit. I will actually take a break here because I have to pee anyways. Issei Master? Hard to tell. Definitely puppet, though. So yeah, Issei stabbed us. That's fun. Oh, that's such a fun twist. I love twists when they happen like all of a sudden. Because, you know, those are the good... They give the best reactions, right? I hear someone else's voice from Issei's mouth. Was that meant to be someone else's? Because I feel like Issei voice acted it. The voice actor for Issei did. When I realized that voice of the servant I met at the Rito Temple. Oh. Oh, was it? Oh, it should have been a girl's voice then. You fell for my trap. The order I implanted into this human functions only when he meets someone who inquires about me. The player could predict it coming. Oh, for sure. Whether he's the master or not, it makes total sense. Because, you know, he's, you know, at the temple. And he's talked about, you know, the female in Timeline 1. How there's a female or whatever there. It makes total sense that he could be a puppet. Even if he's not the master. He could be the master, though. Let's find out. When I realized that voice is of the servant I met at the Rito Temple.
この人形もういらない。
I do not need this doll anymore. Oh gosh, Issei, no! Are you going to use him to kill Shiro and then kill yourself? It's like I'm looking in a mirror. And he stabs himself? Was it supposed to kill you, but it didn't because of your Avalon? Avalon? Dash, dash. My mind fades from too much blood loss. The wound reaching my organs is not causing my consciousness to fade. It's seeing your friend ISSEI, or seeing him and understanding that he's been all kerbuzzled? My brain that wants to deny the scene in front of me freezes my consciousness. No, you're not supposed to run away from hard truths, Shiro. No! But this is the hardest of truths, because it's not something bad about him necessarily, but it's something, you know, bad about how he's like stabbing himself. If ISSEI dies, Shiro's willpower is gone. Yeah, I would be shaken for sure. He died due to him. Yeah, he's all about saving people, and this would be because he triggered it by asking. Maybe this is the bad end then. We're supposed to be next level smartness and not ask about it, because I, Renegade, did assume it was a trap, so maybe that was a bonehead mistake to actually inquire. Freezes my consciousness. ISSEI falls down before me, not knowing what went on. I collapse on the floor from my knees. I do not hold my wound, and I blankly stare at my friend, who is now a corpse. Oh, that's great. Well, so if we don't inquire... Wait, if we don't inquire, how long will that go on for not knowing? That's one of those twists that's like how do they twist the other way? I always wonder with stuff like this, because that's a thing where I could have chose the right answer and not done it. Would seeing the twist the other way be of nearly as effective? Probably not. And I always have a little bit of a thing about that, is that if there's a twist and you can see it two different ways, if there's a definitively better way to see it, then I take issue with that. But I'll see. Maybe the other one is just as effective. It won't be effective for me because I'll have already seen the twist, but I'll be able to judge, hopefully to some extent, how effective it would have been in theory. Tiger Dojo. Yay! We got another one. Success. Okay, I think I am supposed to be doing the next level smarts in this pathway. I'm failing on that. I'm used to timeline, 1, where I'm trying to be too straightforward. Timeline 2, we need next level smarts. I thought it was a trap. I should have acted on that and not interrogated him. Tiger Dojo, sure.
Yay! That's my first dance!
What? Guys, bomb? Also, like the Ely is taking center siege in these now, and Taiga's almost just the background. That's some fun sound effects. It's good to also just see Elia in general, because she has not been around much in this pathway so far. Death God Mokus! What she said! Well, I was right that this was a choice that would lead to a dead end, because I'm like, oh, we find out that it's Soichiro, which means the other choice where we don't know, that's a big change. That probably leads to an extended dead end. Nope. I only said no to talking to him because, why the fuck did the game give me this option? So I metagamed into saying no. I can see merit to saying no, because I, Renegade, thought it was a trap, to be honest. I said yes because we were supposed to interrogate. Shiro agreed with Rin to interrogate. Then really brought up the possibility that, yeah, we should avoid it because it's a trap. I, Renegade, thought it was a trap, but like, I mean, they kind of brought it up, but not really. I don't know. I still think it's a fine choice. I'm fine with the choice. It works. I think it's a smarticle choice, even if the characters in universe weren't really going along the way I would have expected if that was the choice. But I don't think it's as BS as, say, that one time where we had to stop Saber from attacking. And do you remember the one time with Berserker?
誰彼構わずむやみに聞けばいいってものじゃないのよ、エンド。どうだったかな？
Because, yeah, with Berserker, when we had to use nope, not Catabalong, that's archers. We had to use Saber's other sword for the first time. We had the sword birth. We had to, like, stop Saber, but, like, there were two choices that were identical. I still hate that choice. And, like, they both practically mean the same thing to me, but one of them works and doesn't make you die, and the other one doesn't work, and that one still bugs me. This choice doesn't bug me, though. I think this choice is a fine choice. Anyways, it only takes a second to be careful, but the injury could last a lifetime. How is this dead end that teaches you it's not good to ask just anyone?
あまりにも理不尽&唐突なし、これぞフェイトって感じで最高であります、師匠。
I like the fight. I have issues with the fight, but I like the Berserker fight. That one choice, though, bugs me, definitely. It was such an irrational and sudden death. This is exactly what I expect from fate, and it's surely splendid. Of course, Ilya would enjoy it.
だが我々はこの犠牲を忘れてはならない。
Yes, but we cannot forget about the sacrifices.
さあ、竜道君に黙祷3秒。
Let us give Ryudo-kun a 3-second silent prayer. Ichi, ni, san. Oh, I wasn't silent, I was talking. Oops.
3秒といういいスタート差がさらに最高であります、師匠。
Well, that's the 3-second part is great, master.
でさ、イリアちゃん、実際竜道寺の人たちはどうなっちゃってるわけ？
So, Ilya-chan, what is going on with the people at the Ryudo Temple?
キャスターが作った人工的な霊児を組み込まれていて、
Are you just giving me an answer? Don't just give me an answer. Usually these don't have spoilers. That's why I watch them, because they're funny. They have this artificial command spell put in them. Is that true? Is that true? Did you spoil me? These aren't supposed to spoil me.
キャスターの参加条を破ったり破るやつに出会ったら、骨人形みたいに一つの命令を実行するだけの人間になるの。
Should I not read this? You're making me distrust these Taiga dojos. Game? Game, should I stop? This is making me think I should stop reading. If this is true, if this is how we're learning of this, if I can learn of this way, it's making me want to just not read these Taiga dojos from now on until posthumous. But, yeah. You wanted the game to answer the command spell question. No! Fuck this! Okay, I'm gonna read this one later. It's fine. Wait, is it fine or not? This is new information. Unless this is all bullshit and it's not true. Because if it's bullshit and not true, then it's fine. If it's true, it's not fine. Don't answer that. Don't tell me if it's fine. Don't tell me if it's fine. I don't want to know if it's fine. I'm gonna stop. I don't want to know anymore, in fact. You know what? I'm gonna make this decision. I haven't made it until now. I haven't needed to. That feels a bit much for me. That might be bullshit, but I can't trust that it's bullshit. So I'm gonna go further. I'm gonna go further, and then, I'm gonna, you know what? Yeah. I have the choice that killed me. Still, I always have the choice, it's saved. I'm just gonna ignore this, load the save, I'm gonna go further, and then if it's revealed that what they're saying here is true, then I'm going to avoid reading these Taiga dojos till I beat a pathway. If what they're saying is bullshit, then I can go back to reading them. That's my new solution. So yeah, we were aborting this for now, I'll read this one later. Intended experiences to read those? Oh, I'd love to read those, as long as they're not spoilers. So if I get far enough to realize that what they were saying there is wrong, I will go back and read it. And then if what they're saying there was true, then, yeah. Kid, maybe stop assuming you know better than the actual author. I mean, okay. I like Kaito Kid. But also, I know better for my own sake. I mean, look, maybe I'm wrong and those aren't spoilers. But if those are spoilers, I don't want to know them. I mean, you could say maybe you don't know better than the author, but like when openings and stuff, anime openings have spoilers in them, I always don't watch those, even if the intended experience is to watch those. And also, the whole point of criticism is that you, as a critic, are talking hot shit about something that you probably couldn't have made something better than. And that's fine. I have accepted that. Anyways, dash, dash, dash. Maybe we should ask Issei about it. It'll be pointless, so I guess I won't. Dash, 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 dash. See, that's what I don't like. The idea that it's pointless to not ask? There's like a merit to not asking, and that's you think it's a trap. But Shiro's not moving along those lines, so it's like the player has to be on another level. And so that goes against Wise's whole, what would Shiro do mentality. Dash, dash, dash. No, it'll be dangerous to talk about this. Issei's living at the Ryudo Temple. If he gets suspicious of this strange woman, Iso might get curious and do something. That is not the rationale I was using, but that works too, I guess. If he gets suspicious of this strange woman, Issei might get curious and do something. That's fair, that's fair. I just assumed it was a trap, but sure, that works. And if that woman happens to be a master, Issei would be in danger. Dash, 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 dash. This is it for today. I'll call it good since I found out Issei is unrelated to the Holy Grail War. That's definitely wrong. Do you want an actual answer to the Tiger Dojos have spoilers? I won't touch if the previous Tiger Dojo had spoilers or not subject. What do you mean? I mean, like, I've been reading them up till now because they haven't had spoilers, and they're funny. But I'll gladly just save them all for after I beat a timeline and then, like, lightning all of them. I don't mind doing that. They are funny, and I'm fine with them as breaks in the narrative. But I also wouldn't mind just doing them after the fact. I don't know if I want an answer, because I like to leave it in my mind a mystery for now. Because if you answer if that one was a spoiler or not, then that is sort of a spoiler, because I can instead find out naturally through the course of the narrative if it was or not. And if it was, that answers that question. As opposed to if you just tell me right now, it's sort of, I don't know, it kills some of the thought process of mine. So I'd rather just leave it as a Schrodinger spoiler for now. And if it was a spoiler, then when I get to that point, I'll be like, oh, okay, so that's what it was. And then if it wasn't that, then it wasn't that. Anyways, I think I might, we'll see. We'll see on me reading more Taiga Dojos. I might put them off to the end of the timeline at this point, because that one, no, that one was treading some ground. Even if it was wrong, it treaded enough to make me think it was right that I don't feel comfortable. Anyways, this is for today. I'll call it good since I found out Issei is unrelated to the Holy Grail War. That is very much untrue.
ああ、そういえばエミヤ、シンジの妹、今日はいなかったな。
Oh, by the way, Emiya, Shinji's sister wasn't at school today. Oh, okay, that is relevant. I like Sakura.
さくら、今日学校休んでるのか？
Huh? Sakura's not at school today?
シンジも休んでいただろう。二人とも無断欠席。うちで何かあったのではないかと職員室で問題になっている。
Shinji was absent as well. They were both absent without notice today. So the teachers are wondering if something happened at their house or not. Yeah, Shinji, we really should follow up on Shinji, I feel. We should follow up on Ayako, too. Following up on Sakura's not terrible. There's a lot of characters we should follow up on. But Shinji's probably arguably the most immediate one. And if they're both absent, then that is sketchy and scary, because Shinji tends to lash out. Usually it's Sakura, from my understanding. Dash, dash, dash. Shiro, beat Timeline 2, Shiro. Don't avoid hard truths. Go to their house and find out. I'm at a loss for words, being confronted with a problem I'd forgotten.
お、昼休みも終わりだな。教室に戻ろう。
Oh, lunch break is over. Let's go back to the classroom. Issei pushes me out of the student council room. All the while, thoughts of Sakura's absence and what Shinji may have done after losing Ryder twirl around in my head. It's good to have them in your head. You should follow up on those. Interlude 8-1. Oh, what? Unlimited Blade Works. Who? Rin? It's a sound like hitting steel. Oh. Who's interlude? Rin's? Did Rin come to the church to talk to Kirei? Saber wouldn't be here. Are we someone who's not Rin or Saber? It'd be fitting for it to be another interlude. We haven't had many of those. We've had one. Literally just one. And we've had one Saber in this one, so it'd be fair if Rin's meant to get the most. Maybe this pathway is bucking that trend. This would be proof of it's bucking the trend if this is not Rin or Saber. It's a sound like hitting steel. A Shinji interlude? I love it! Yay! Also, that's bucking the trend. We're gonna just get interludes for other people. We got the Rin interlude. I'm like, oh, it's the Rin pathway. But then the Saber interlude was weird. Now we get a Shinji interlude. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that makes me so happy. He arrives at the place, breathing heavily. His footsteps are loud, and their rhythm is unsettled. He leaves the door open and staggers forward as if pulled by his falling body. Would this be immediately after what happened yesterday, or are you coming here today? Shinji's going to the church. Oh no, that sounds bad for something with Kirei. Because, Kirei's another master, so, uh-oh! Kirei might do some stuff to mess with Shinji's head, though. I don't know if he'd take the easy route and just kill him. That doesn't sound like Kirei. I mean, unless Shinji, you know, ignored his advances, but okay, he really ran to the church, scared for his life, makes sense. Does that mean he's not willing to let Makiri handle him? Because if Makiri's his grandpappy, and Makiri's in on it with him, then Shinji should just feel safe staying at home. That says to me Shinji was abused to some extent by Makiri, and does not feel safe around him. Maybe after failing, he's afraid that his grandfather might abuse him more, like, you terrible, you're a worthless insect for failing me. And so he's run to the church because he wants to get away. He's scared. He leaves the door open and staggers forward as if pulled by his falling body. Oh, this is really interesting. I love it. I'm so happy. He did say he was forced into the war. I know he said that, but like, you know, he could have totally been lying. But if he's telling the truth, forced into the war by Makiri makes a lot of sense. He looks around. The church is empty, with the morning service already over. Okay. The only light is the sunlight coming in from overhead. The silence creates a solemn atmosphere, and the stopped space creates a clear silence. Oh, silence, space, space, silence. Neat. He is like a heresy in it all. Well, Shinji is kind of heretic. Am I using heretic correctly? He's kind of crazy. Yeah, it sounds like Shinji. No, that is not accurate. To say he arrived is not correct. His ragged breath, his unfocused eyes. His shaking limbs are like those of someone running away. He has come here to find shelter. Now, everything makes sense. To Shinji? Is this Shinji's perspective that everything makes sense? Was he not sure about some of his grandfather's motives, but then learned them? Maybe he learned that his Sakura sister is a plot twist, and he didn't know that before, and now it's why everything makes sense? His desperation is like that of prey being chased by a hound. Shinji running away, that sounds familiar. Oh, he was running from... Well, he was running from Shiro in the first timeline. Oh, Shinji running away! Okay, I get it. You're making an Evangelion joke. I understand. He was running from Shiro in the first timeline and then just got killed by Ilia. But, being chased by a hound... I don't know if Ilia would really care. I mean, she would probably not care to not kill... I mean, she killed him in the last timeline, but that's because she was spying on them, I feel. She still could kill him in this timeline, but... My mind thinks, well, why wouldn't Makiri protect him? Probably because Makiri's a douche. His desperation is like that of prey being chased by a hound.
戦いが始まって6日。ここに足を運んだのは君が初めてだ。
There's the lovely voice again. It has been 6 days since the war started. You're the first one to come here. You're the first loser. I'm the first loser. Ooh. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. He straightens his body that's about to fall into the ground. When did he appear? He looks with bloodshot eyes at the priest before the altar, and he says something. Dash, dash. Get in the church, Shinji. The priest frowns. Oh, they're keeping it a secret! It's the Sakura plot twist. It's the Sakura plot twist. It said every... Okay. I'm not crazy. I think this is the Sakura plot twist. Because, yeah, everything makes sense. I think there's a plot twist with Sakura. Shinji didn't know about it before, and now he knows about it, so he ran away. Now he gets there, and he's telling something to Kirei. He's telling the Sakura plot twist to Kirei, but they're not telling us what that is yet, because they're saving that twist for later. The priest frowns. He did not completely understand the boy, but it seems he is asking for help. He wants protection. A master that has lost his servant may ask for protection under the condition that he withdraw from the war. The place of retreat, the last sanctuary, is this church. And the master of this place is the priest called Kotomine Kirei.
では戦いを放棄するのか、少年。
Then you'll withdraw from this war, boy? Protection from Makiri. That seems to me like the obvious implication here. Makiri might just have something going on with Sakura as well. I mean, maybe. I'm pretty positive Sakura has a plot twist. Whether or not it's related to Makiri, there's a good chance, I guess. This makes it an even better chance, I suppose. The boy reacts like fire to the quiet voice.
当たり前だ。僕に死ねって言うのか。
Of course! Are you telling me to die? Is that maybe how Kirei dies in this route? Makiri raids the church to get Shinji back and kills Kirei? Oh, that might be how Kirei dies early? I mean, I suppose, but then if Makiri still somehow has a stake in this war, even without Shinji, then he would have had a stake even without Shinji in the other timeline, and yet never made a move. So it begs the question of why he makes a move here. If it's just that, maybe it's that Makiri's doing something that's on a bigger scale than the Grail War. Or rather, beyond just the Grail War, he's doing some magical bullshit. And Shinji found out about it. And that's why he's running to get protection from Kirei. And that's why Makiri would be willing to go through with it and actually attack, where he never bothered intervening the other time, because his secret might go beyond the Grail War. Maybe, if that is what happens, if Makiri does come in and attack Kirei to get at Shinji. Are you telling me to die?
いいか。サーバントがいないんじゃ殺しようがないし、マスターなんてやってられない。僕は普通の人間なんだ。いわば被害者側だろ。そういうのを狙ってさ、一方的に殺すなんて不公平じゃないか。
I can't kill anyone without a servant, so I don't want to be a master. I'm a normal person. I'm a victim, right? It's unfair for anyone to kill someone like me. You're kind of a dick, but you are a bit of a normal person. Dash, dash. The priest does not answer and only looks at the intruder. Can't kill anyone without a servant, so I don't want to be a master. Normal person, I'm a victim. I'm just looking if there's any ties to what he might have said earlier to Kirei, which they didn't tell us. Doesn't really seem like it. It just seems like this is the after the fact nonsense. The obligatory talk. Unfair to kill someone like me. The priest does not answer and only looks at the intruder. As if to peer within his skin, bones, and meat. Meat.
なんだよ。なんか文句あるのかよ、お前。
What, do you have a problem? Maybe Kirei's trying to figure out if Shinji is actually plotting something. She's definitely not, I don't think. Especially because we're seeing in his inner monologue. I definitely don't think so. But maybe Kirei's trying to figure out if there's some kind of plot involved. Because he himself is a master, so maybe he's thinking, has Shinji figured out me? Has he figured me out, or is he genuinely dropping out? Or he might be thinking how he can abuse Shinji's nature to do something funny. Do you have a problem?
意見などない。君は今回一人目の放棄者であり、我が教会始まって以来の使用者だ。管理者として、ここに根付いた父に代わり、丁重にもてなそう。
No, you are the first to withdraw this time, and you are the first user of this church since it was built. I shall treat you properly in the stead of my father who started this place.
なんだよ。リタイアしたのは僕だけだっていうのか。
Oh.
くそ、みっともない。こんなことじいさんに知られたらなんて言われるか。
Oh. Okay, now that's a telling response. Huh? What? I'm the only one who retired? Damn, this is shameful. I don't know what my grandfather would say if he finds out about this. Okay, so... This might just be immediately after the fact. He ran immediately to the temple. This isn't a later thing. But he said that he... Okay, alright. Maybe that's me reading too much into the earlier line then. But they have a thing where it's like... he looks with bloodshot eyes at the priest, and he says something. And they don't tell us what he says. That feels important to me, but that if it's related to Makiri, then that goes against what he's saying here about, I don't know what my grandfather will say if he finds out about this. And that feels like a genuine thought, so maybe this, I'm reading a little too much into it with the idea that he discovered some crazy plot twist. He still jumped to get protection from Kirei, which means he doesn't really trust his grandfather for the protection anyways. But, he is making a clear indication that his grandfather knows about this. I mean, I feel like I already predicted that anyways, but I don't think they've made it clear yet that the grandfather is in on it, but I think this makes it pretty clear that the grandfather is in on it. Unless Makiri isn't his gramps? Oh, I suppose. I mean, I've just been jumping on that assumption, and if they prove me wrong, then great, go ahead and give me that plot twist. But yeah, maybe Makiri, is the one who scared him, and his grandfather is someone else, but also knows about it to some extent. Because clearly his grandfather knows about it, based on what he's saying here. His grandfather doesn't have to be Makiri, but... I don't know what my grandfather will say if he finds out about this.
ああ、それもこれもお前たちのせいだぞ。ライダーなんてカスをつかませやがって。あんまりにも不公平じゃないか。
Man, this is all your guys' fault. It's so unfair that I got a piece of shit like a rider. You're supposed to get a servant that's kind of like you are. I mean, the rider they got in Fate Zero was much cooler. Yeah. Not as hot, a bit, arguably, from my, male gaze perspective, but more competent. Also felt like more of an actual rider. He strikes the ground in rage. I love it. I love it. But, Shinji interlude! Shinji-lude! Shinji? Lude. Okay, right, this is gonna be my lunch intermission, I think. I have to pee again. That's a quick pee turnaround, but it works. This works around with the time that I want to eat anyways. I don't like Iskander, but I don't like hairy, messily men in general. Oh, I completely forgot his name. I guess that's the name of the rider from Fate Zero. I do not remember his name, but I really enjoyed him. I liked his character a lot. Anyways, he strikes the ground in rage. Back to the Shinji-lude. Shinji-lude. The Shinterlude. Oh, that nice hot dog aftertaste. This is all your guys' fault. It's so unfair I got a piece of shit like Ryder. Your guys. Okay, actually, I looked at history like I usually do, and I stumbled upon something. This is all your guys' fault. At first, when I read this line, I'm like, oh, how dare those other masters get better servants than me. But now maybe he's blaming the people that forced him into the war that gave him a bad servant. But then he's saying your guys plural. If that is what he means, the plural is interesting. Interesting. I wonder if that matters. He strikes the ground in rage. The sound of the punch echoes like a bell, and the priest smiles with great interest. Of course, Kiera'd be into that.
では、ライダーは役に立たなかったと。
So, Ryder was useless?
そうだよ。たく、大口叩きやがって。
Right, man, she was all talk!
あいつ、この僕があんなに手を貸してやったのに、あっけなく死にやがった。あれなら他のサーバントの方がよっぽど役に立ったんだ。
Is Kira gonna let him use Lancer? Oh, Kira, what are you doing? Smells with great interest. Oh yeah, that's how I read it originally. I know it's smiles, but it smells. He's smelling Shinji out. Damn, she died so easily even though I did so much for her. Another servant would have been so much more useful. Is he gonna loan... If he loans Gilgamesh, that might be how Gilgamesh gets outed so easily. Because he's got a shitty master. Is Kira gonna loan one or both of his servants? I don't think he'd loan both, because I don't think he wants to play all his cards for Shinji. But... Oh, I bet he'll give him a line. Sorry, I'm still after tasting the hot dogs. I bet he'll give Shinji a line. Like, oh, turns out one of the other masters died already. And his servant is still alive and is looking for a new partner. I don't know if he can do Lancer like that, though. I don't think Lancer would be up for something like that. He might be forced to. Lancer would not be a fan. Gilgamesh... I mean... Gilgamesh, it'd be a lot harder for Kira to get to go along with it, unless Kira actually convinced Gilgamesh of something. I think it's more likely he loans Lancer to Shinji. But then, no, it's fine for them to show us that. We already know the plot twist from Timeline 1, so there's no problem. Yeah, they can just show us that. She died so easily, even though I did so much for her. Another servant would have been so much more useful. If that's the case, the Shinji redemption arc is still possible, but less likely if he gets a loaned servant. If he teams up with Lancer. Dash dash.
ああ、それでも僕はうまくやった。ちゃんとじいさんの言いつけ通りやって準備は万全だったんだ。
Okay, I was right. Grandfather was instructing him on what to do. He was telling him all the smart plays. Makes sense. Anything smart was on his grandfather. He's stupid. Oh, but I did well. I did as my grandfather told me and everything was set.
だっていうのにあいつら揃って邪魔をしやがって2対1だぞ。そんなの勝ち目なんてないじゃないか。
But they all got in my way. It was 2 against 1. There was no way I could have won in a situation like that. 2 against 1? What, were you planning to fight if it was just one of them? I think the bigger problem is that your servant got sniped. I mean, those 2 weren't even responsible for that.
そうだ。負けたのは僕のせいじゃない。
Yeah, it wasn't my fault that I lost. Oh, Kira's gotta be loving this. He loves dealing with tortured children. 100% he's gonna loan him Lancer or something like that. Totally. It wasn't my fault that I lost. Shinji, oh boy. Such an ego, even trying to convince himself that it wasn't his own fault. It was my grandfather's plan. He's the idiot.
単にサーバントの質の差なんだ。それをあいつら 偉そうに勝ち誇った顔しやがって。
It's just the difference in quality of our servants. But they were so elated with their victory. So you just need a better servant. Yeah, they're setting this up big time. Definitely gonna get a servant loan here. And he crawls on the ground. He hits the floor, grieves his misfortune, and reflects his obstacles. But his resentful voice disappears quickly. Hatred of his level cannot break the silence in his church.
くそーくそくそくそくそー。
Wow, what a whiner. I mean, I guess I kind of already figured, but man, what a whiner. Thank you, Ilya, for putting him out of his frickin' whining misery, gosh. Kso, 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 kso! That's damn in English. He repeats his agony. In the midst of it, tap. The priest's footsteps echo throughout the room as if to break the frozen air. The priest slowly puts his hand on the boy's shoulder.
つまり
How were you friends with this dude, Shiro? Yeah, I mean, what a loser. And a dick. So, in summary, I love how so is generally translated in Japanese, or rather in reverse, as sumari. Because I just think of it as, I know I think of it as in summary, which works so well, even though that's, you know. Sumari.
君にはまだ戦う覚悟はあるということだな。
This means you still have the will to fight. He looks down at the loser and says so with a kind voice. Yeah, Shinji's gonna be like, huh? I'm out of the fight. I'm just venting like a loser. Like the inner monologue said just now. I mean, it's not really inner monologue, I don't think. I don't think he'd call himself a loser. It's, I think we've been over this. It's not quite inner monologue. It's inner monologue with Shiro, but with this, it's showing sort of his perspective, but he would never call himself a loser, I don't think. He can understand the priest's words. The priest in black has a friendly smile on his face.
君は運がいい。ちょうど一人手の空いているサーバントがいてね。
You are very fortunate. There is a servant who is available right now. Man, I see shit like this, and I wonder how does the Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works anime do it? Because, you know, this is a big plot twist from Timeline 1. They have to, unless they, again, have a clever way to reveal it in their version. This is being very casually shown. Again, I know, I like thinking about this kind of stuff. There is a servant who is available right now. Unless, of course, they could just do it so that they don't reveal the twist and reveal it later on, I suppose. Where it's like they pretend like actually there was one master that was taken out, when in reality there wasn't. Kirai was the master. He's pretending like there's another available servant. They could do that and extend the twist and do it later. But they would have to come up with their own version because the visual novel doesn't really need to bother. It's a weird biased third POV influenced by the people in the seed. Yeah. Who's the biased POV? Shiro? Would Shiro call Shinji a loser? Future Shiro. Rin. Rin is the biased POV. I don't know. You are very fortunate. There's a servant who is available right now. The priest offers a new salvation as if suppressing his joy. Oh, and then they just cut away? Oh, yeah. We, the viewer, know exactly what's going to happen there. But if it was your first time seeing on the like the Unlimited Blade Works anime, they would definitely have to handle things differently. I guess if they just cut away like that, to be fair, then you don't necessarily know what's happening. You, the viewer, know what's happening in the novel because you've seen the other novel, but I guess technically, in a way, that hides the twist. School's over. It must be because of what happened yesterday. The students are not allowed to stay at school for any reason. There's still time until the sun sets. Oh, you're not allowed to stay at school for any reason, so you actually have to follow the rules and go home this time? Implicitly expressing their thoughts without going out of their way to say so-and-so thinks this. Well, it's efficient? I don't know exactly what you mean. If you mean the monologue of sorts, I think it's clearly not inner monologue. Unless, I mean, I don't think he would think of himself as a loser. If he does, that's interesting. But I think other pieces of text have alluded to the idea that it's not really inner monologue. Was I paying attention to how the interlude was titled? I think I saw it, didn't think much of it, and now I forgot what it was. But, I don't know. Don't look at titles. Yeah, I tend to not look at titles too much, to be honest. I think I glanced at it and didn't think much of it, so then ignored it, but there's still time until the sun sets. Oh, another choice. Oh, I saw Mato household. That's probably the right answer. I can check on Sakura? That might lead to my death. But I probably will try. What are the choices? I'm worried about soccer. I'll go to the Mato household. More likely Kirei thinks he's a loser? I mean, yeah. I guess if it's from Kirei's perspective. All along, it wasn't a Shinji interlude. It was a Kirei interlude. It was definitely a Shinji interlude, though. I'm worried about Sakura. Go to the Mato household. Oh, yeah, I have to contact Tosaka. Oh, this could be Rin points. Yeah, fuck it. If I get the Rin bad ending first, whatever. I am genuinely more worried about Sakura. Meat's on sale today. I'll make a huge meal to make Saber happy. Oh, boy. This screams waifu choice. And the right answer is almost certainly I have to contact Tosaka. But I'm going to go to the Mato household. I'm worried about the absent Sakura. This is what I, Renegade, and genuinely want to check out the most. Maybe strategically I should talk to Rin first or whatever, but I want to know because I like Sakura. If I'm not getting choices to check in on Aiko, at least I'm getting choices to check in on Sakura, and I want to know that too. I'm worried about the absent Sakura. There's that thing with Shinji, so I'll go check up on her. Saber's food. Not the food! Saber! Dual perspective, not wholly from either's perspective? I guess. There's that thing with Shinji, so I'll go check up on her. Saber's gonna starve. Taiga will make her food. She'll be fine. Her food is edible. There's that thing with Shinji, so I'll go check up on her. I went back home once to leave my bag before I came back into town. So, really though, you should have, like, Saber or something with you, because, like, you know, it's bad to go there alone. Because, you know, Rin with Archer there is safe at school. You there is dangerous. You think Shinji has no servant, but he doesn't. So you could be going there and dying. I know you don't necessarily think, but you think that Shinji's dangerous, right? So shouldn't you bring Saber, maybe? I mean, if Saber's gonna die from dispersion, just go freaking get Saber and be like, hey, Saber, we're skipping the meal for now. We need to check in on the master who ran away. It's all gonna be my fault? Yeah, probably. But, you know, if it's a bad end, it's a bad end. Anyways, I went back home once to leave my bag before I came back into town. Sakura's house is on the other side of the intersection, on the top side of the residential district. It's about as far as the distance between the intersection and my place. I go up the hill that's unlike the Japanese-style residential district. Okay. Oh! Then, oh shit! Rin is spying on me? Or was Rin planning to check in on Sakura so we run into each other anyway? Oh, that'd be cute. Rin was probably curious about her too. Saber, you want me to help with Sakura and yet I am not fed? Curious. Yeah. Saber get a little petty. Shiro can deal with solo Shinji. It's still sketchy and risky, especially if there's like a hostage situation. So I think, you know, getting Saber be prepared is not a bad idea. And also, you could just be attacked in the middle of nowhere. And also, you know, Makiri could be sketchy. I guess Shiro has, in universe, no reason to doubt Makiri to understandings. Because, all he's heard is there's a grandfather. He doesn't necessarily know anything about them. But still, it's sketchy. You could be attacked by Ilya out of nowhere or something, so, you know. She already had her route. She doesn't matter anymore. Even on her route, I chose a lot of the other choices. I got the bad ending at first with Saber, which apparently you almost never get. I got it. Because I was never really... I like Saber, but I like so many of the females in this game. I constantly go on... I constantly go on other... would go for other females other than Saber. It's not that I dislike Saber, but I like others more, so... Then, I saw Rin. Eh? In the distance, I see a familiar face in front of my destination, Sakura's house. Ah, we're spying together. Cute.
Tosaka.
Tosaka! I confirm one more time. Makes sense. She's curious about the same thing. Flashy red clothes. I like her red outfit. She looks fine in her school outfit, but I really like her red outfit like this. Her red outfit, that's the sweater, when she's in her more cold attire is fine too, but I like her red just shirted outfit. It's nice. That alone captivates my eyes. But her lower half is black as if to emphasize the red color. Okay, Shiro likes the outfit too. She must be matching her black hair. He's thinking a lot about it. The clothing suits the lively Tosaka. Oh, he's bumping. Rin's sexualness, yes. Dash, dash. Something thumps. Shut up. This was going to be a Sakura route choice. It's a Rin route choice anyway. I wonder if Rin's following me or Rin was coming here anyway. Dash, dash. Oh my gosh. Keep it in your pants, Shiro. Something thumps twice this time. That's so superficial. You just think she's hot in her clothes and stuff, so you're gonna, you know, go on her out because she's hot? You can't just like her personality? Gosh, Shiro, gosh. It's always the look that makes you all horny. Like, you can't appreciate them for who they are as a person. I'm half joking, half serious. Damn, shut up. I'm busy right now, so be quiet. Dash, dash. Thump, 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 thump. Man, he's really horny right now. I think he's gone full Rin sexual mode. This definitely feels like the full jump. Like, you know, the Saber sexualness in Timeline 1 happened much sooner. This one felt like it was a more steady curve, but this is the biggest thing I've seen that feels on the level of the Saber sexual attitude in the other timeline. Damn, it's not like a Taiko at a fair. Who the hell is it? Who the hell is what? It's me. Oh. The heart thumping? I calmly answer. It's my heart that's making the noise. I mean, yeah, Shiro saw right past her mask, but it's still... Shiro saw her earlier in the day, too. It's still when seeing her in her, you know, physical appearance that she likes so much that he stops and thinks, yeah, I am horny for her. You know, he did see through... I'm not saying there isn't non-superficial levels to it, but, like, it's something superficial that triggers his, oh, yeah, I do like her senses. Anyways... My calm heart suddenly started thumping like it's about to explode. It does not need to be said what caused it. Basically, Emiya Shiro has never seen Tosaka Rin in plain clothes. Ever? Have you not seen her in this look before? In this timeline? Really? Is that true? I guess she never got casual with you in this timeline. She was wearing the coat initially. And then she is wearing the outfit at school. Have you never seen her in those clothes in this timeline? Wow, I hadn't thought about it. You're blaming him for having normal human biology. No, but yes. I mean, look, it's not a... I'm just stating a fact. It's not necessarily a bad thing. It's fine to see someone hot and go, oh, hubba hubba. Especially if you just keep it, in your inner monologue. But he's getting very heated at the moment. It's not just a little bit. It's a lot. I've never seen Tosaka Rin in plain clothes. She looks so hot in those clothes. Oh my gosh. I want to rip off her skin and just look at her clothes. What? Dash. I can't imagine what I look like right now. First of all, I can't explain why I'm like this. Hormones. I saw her plain clothes. I just saw her in something other than the school uniform. Oh.
切れた。
What the hell? Man, what's up with me? Hormonal teenager! He's 17 and she's Rin. Are you trying to say something about Rin's objective appearance? I do think she looks nice, but it's in the eyes of the beholder. Yeah, sure. Not everyone's horny. But I'm glad that Shiro and me are alike and that we're both horny. I think I said a while ago, I think the one who's most physically attractive probably is Rin, even though she's not my favorite personality-wise. I don't think she's... personality-wise, she's not the most attractive, in my opinion. But physically, if I just had to go based on physical appearance, I'd probably say she is the most attractive, in my opinion. A lot of them are pretty attractive, but if I had to pick one at the top, it's probably her. Just physical appearance, not if we're talking about, the inner workings of the mind. Man, what's up with me? I don't have any composure. First of all, Tosaka's my ally. She trusts me and is cooperating with me. Why? What are you thinking? You're going to do something gross? Because if you don't do anything that goes too far, it's fine. As long as you just imagine her naked and don't actually, take any actions to make it happen. I mean, unless the actions you take to make it happen are actual legitimate, like, courting her, and then eventually she does it willingly, that's a different story. Taking those actions, that is acceptable. So I have to answer her trust.
Oi, Tosaka!
Hey, Tosaka! Yeah, that's casual. I call out to her. Oh, she wasn't expecting me? Does that mean she was spying on Sakura herself and didn't know I was here? That means if I chose the Rin choice, would I have ended up here anyways? Which means Saber choice would be the odd one out. Assumedly. Huh. Definitely gonna check on that later. Tosaka sees me, gets surprised, and starts looking around. I knew I never thought he was weird, or just assumed he was gay, because I have better things to do than interact with. I don't know if I fully understand, but, drama. What is drama? I was in drama. I enjoy acting. Tosaka sees me, gets surprised, and starts looking around.
父坂、何してるんだよ、こんなところで。
Tosaka, what are you doing here? I go near her. Uh-oh, maybe she's gonna react just as haughtily. Oh, the joke is you making is you knew one horny person, you're saying you're the horny person? Cool, thumbs up. Dash, dash. Huh? I have no time to resist. Tosaka grabs my arm and pushes me into cover. Oh, fuck. Are you spying on something that has to do with crazy master stuff? Ouch, I scraped my back. What are you doing? What are you doing, Tosaka? Okay, what's the serious shindig? What's going on? Be quiet. Oh. Oh, that's not the most sexy picture. They're hiding Shiro's face. That means there's a plot twist and he's not actually I mean, come on, if they're going to give us a sexy picture, there's much more sexy pictures they could have given me. This gives me, there's the potential for, rom-comness for sure from this, point in time. However, no. It's really soft, just when he's thinking about the sexiness. She's focused on something serious, though, so it's playing the serious music, but your head is super in the gutter. Yeah, it'd be nice to see how hard he's blushing. He's gonna overload. Keep it in your pants. Don't let it whip out right in front of her. At least, hopefully, your underwear and pants maybe protect it from spilling out too much to become visible on the outside. Hubba hubba, sleeveless blouse. Ellipses, question mark, exclamation point. My brain is blown away. My heart that I calmed down earlier starts beating like a drum. Hey, just a moment. That's roughly Choto. There's more, I think, just a moment, but I guess hey is the shorter way to do it.
もういいから黙ってて。騒ぐと見つかっちゃうじゃない。
Who is this? Geez, just be quiet. He'll hear us if we're loud. If this is Sakura's place, who is it? Makiri? Shinji. Shinji back already. Maybe Shinji went to the church yesterday, and we got a perspective from yesterday. And now this is Shinji being around today, already having his lone servant. So this is Rin spying on that. Hear us if we're loud.
見つかるって何が
What do you mean?
だからあいつによ。ほら、もっと奥に行って。こんなんじゃ隠れきれない。
We'll be seen by him. Go back a bit more. We can't hide like this. Tozaka pushes her body onto mine. Oh, hubba. Nice. And they still keep the serious music for it. I love it. I know it is actually serious, but that's not serious in Shiro's mind yet.
遠坂狭
Tosaka, no room. Okay, so saying no room sounded like Seiba, so that's kind of funny. No! I thought he was going to say no, and then he said no room. No room! We're so close that I'm getting dizzy. I get the feeling that I'm babbling something incomprehensible, but I can't quite understand it myself. Is this what they call foreplay? I love the serious music is just going on through the whole thing. I love it.
だから静かにしてってば。ほら、見えるでしょ、エミヤくん。さくらの家の前。なんか変なやつが立ってない？
Is this the grandfather? It wouldn't be Lancer. I guess it could be Gilgamesh. I was not expecting a loned Gilgamesh, but I guess it could be. Because Rin would recognize Lancer. I told you to be quiet. Can you see him, Emiya-kun? The strange guy that's standing in front of Sakura's house. And now my mind's super in the gutter, thinking about Shiro's thoughts and, you know, how she's rubbing up against him and he's just... and she's even touching him with her arm. And she's not thinking about it at all. And it'd be even worse if he brings up to her the awkwardness, because, you know, she'd start to lose it when she realized, but... At least she's able to keep her head in the game in situations like this. I think she's better about it than Shiro. At least when a situation like this, when she confronts it naturally. I suppose debatably Shiro did not confront this situation naturally, since Rin was already on the prowl for this, where Shiro got, you know, thrust into it all of a sudden, but... Oh, it's nice. It's nice seeing... I enjoy Shiro being a horn dog. So it's nice seeing him really get to this point. He hasn't had the overt sexualness that he had in Timeline 1 till now, so I like it. Oh, serious music makes it so good. Huh? Are we dropping it? Are we dropping it? Oh, no. Continue. Continue the rom-com. I like it. My boiling brain stops instantly. Oh. Oh, boy. They do have good chemistry, for sure. But, I thought they had good chemistry even in Timeline 1, even if, it just ended up getting played off as friends ultimately, but... Someone strange is standing in front of Sakura's house?
確かに誰かいるな金髪外国人
He got Gilly? No. There's certainly someone there. Blonde? A foreigner? No way. He got Gilly? Shiro is competent in this timeline, which makes the horn dog moments more rare and better. Yeah, that's true. That's the real Shiro. But blonde. I'm reminded of early in the game, there's like a scene, right? I think, where Gilly is like confronting Sakura and Rin was spying on them, I think. I don't know if that's relevant to this. Or if that's a red herring and it actually still is Lancer and this is Gilgamesh doing something with Sakura because of the Sakura plot twist. But, yeah, Gilly is probably going to be like, all right, I'll entertain the idea for a while. But, you know, as far as having interesting masters go, like, Gilgamesh turned on his initial master because he thought he was boring and ended up partnering up with Kirei. I guess he's going along with it because Kirei thinks it's fun, but he probably is not a fan of Shinji. I doubt he would enjoy Shinji very much. He certainly wouldn't take any shit from him. Anyways, there's certainly someone there. Blonde? A foreigner?
そう。さっきからもう30分近くマトウの家を見てる。
Yep, he's been watching Mato's house for about 30 minutes now. Okay, maybe it is Lancer that is the lone servant, and Gilgamesh heard about it and came to look into it because he thought it was funny. So maybe he's not the actual servant? It could be either way, so maybe the narrative is just playing with our thoughts about who it is.
監視ってわけじゃなさそうだけど、なんか尺に触るのよね、あの目つき。
I don't think he's spying on it, but I don't like his eyes. Rin was spying on him having a talk with... I believe him having talk with Sakura in her prologue. So, assuming it's the same person, should he not recognize? Maybe she just doesn't remember. But wouldn't he stand out? I feel like he would stand out to you. Especially because you were suspicious of that whole thing, I think. Because he was a foreigner. He is a foreigner. So you should recognize him, right? I'm not crazy. I can't see his eyes from where I am. Then again, even if you recognize him, you have no idea what was going on with that back then, so...
遠坂交代しよう。俺も見たい。
That's right, because we can't even see your face. Are we going to get another image, or are they just going to reuse this one? Tosaka, let's switch places. I want to take a look as well.
バカダメだってば。今出たら見つかるでしょ。
Oh!
来た。あいつこっちに来る。
Oh, fuck. We can't, you idiot. He'll see us if we go now. Hey, he's coming. He's coming this way. Oh, boy. Hello, Gilly. First time in the pathway. I thought you were going to be the big mid-boss. And I thought that meant we'd be fighting Kirei in the middle of the narrative. But maybe it's just going to be Shinji as the big mid-boss with Gilly. And that would give a chance for Shiro maybe to... Or Archer, either one, to fight against Gilly. Or both. I mean, they're the same person, right? But, you know, I kind of... You know, they were building up a Shiro-Gilgamesh face-off. And then completely sidelined it in the last minute in Timeline 1. Because of the idea that Shiro fighting Gilgamesh for Saber's affections was unhealthy. And that's why he ended up fighting Kirei instead, which was fine, but they definitely built up a Shiro-Gilgamesh fight. So I kind of would like to see that to an extent. But also, Archer off would be interesting as well. What a happy couple. He's coming this way. Dash, dash. We try to hide ourselves in this confined place. The footsteps approach. Maybe she needs to get a good look at him to be like, oh, that's the person who was hanging around with Sakura. I think that's true. I think that's true. Maybe I'm remembering wrong. It has been a while. Yeah. This is like his casual clothes outfit. At the time, I thought nothing of it. I didn't even think that this was meant to be Gilgamesh at all. I don't think it even really crossed my mind. It looks so, I don't know, it looks so unique. And I don't know, in my mind, Gilly's skin is a bit more tanned. Maybe that's just Archer bias. But yeah, I definitely thought nothing of it at the time, but then once it actually happened, it's like, oh yeah. Anyways, the footsteps approach. He goes down the hill without stopping. Gil ducks back around the corner. A happy couple of mongrels. Yeah. He goes down the hill without stopping. Dash dash dash. Uh-huh. Yeah, Rin, you would have seen him before. Now that I see that again, that triggered my memory. Yes. That is what he looked like, I believe, when he was talking with Sakura way back when, and I thought nothing of it. I think. Because he does look very different from Gilgamesh's normal attire. So I would have believed that he's just some other blonde person. But anyways, that's why it triggers my memory here, because it looks to me so different than normal Gilgamesh. But dash dash dash. Gil totes knew, he just didn't give a fuck. Gil would like you to believe he knew because, you know, he likes to think he's better than everything. But he also is good at backing it up, so maybe he really knew. What was that? I think he's a normal human being. Right. Rin had that same sense as well in the prologue. He feels real, and he's a legitimate human with form. Yeah, but he still has servant powers. But I still feel something weird. Oh, can you pierce through and feel something Rin failed to in the prologue? I don't know who he is. But our lives will come to an end if we follow him. Maybe that's why you have to go with Rin and not Saber. Maybe he's actually, his next stop is to go talk up Saber. Would be weird timing, but maybe with Kirei doing something weird, he's like, yeah, sure, why not? I'll go hit up Saber. And if we're with Saber when he does that, it's like a bad end. Because, you know, this seems very important. This probably has to happen. So if we go hang out with Saber, maybe that's just a bad end. I mean, maybe we end up doing this anyways afterwards, but it feels like a weird point of a choice in that case. He's so ominous that I can declare so.
あいつ以前さくらと話してたやつかな。
Yes, 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 she remembers. And I remembered correctly too. I was not misremembering. Is he the guy that was talking to Sakura before? Tosaka murmurs.
Sakura to.
With Sakura? Oh no! I mean, even though that I like you now, I still want to keep Sakura as a waifu option. Then again, no, he'd want to be protective and be like, I mean, if those two are a potential couple, I gotta make sure he's not doing anything.
ええ、さくらは道を聞かれたらしいんだけど、何喋ってるかわからなかったとかなんとか。って、
Oh? Yeah, I guess he asked Sakura for directions, but she couldn't understand what he was saying. What? Wait, what?
なんだってここにいんのよ、あんたは。
Why are you here? You just now realized? Oh my gosh. That assumption is so wrong. My assumption right now for the meaning, I think I've talked about this. I don't remember. Because I don't remember exactly when I came to the conclusion that the prologue guy was Gil, because I know at the time I didn't think it was. But I think the meaning behind the conversation between Gil and Sakura in the prologue was that there's a Sakura plot twist, and that's hinting towards it. Maybe Gil knows something about it and went to talk with Sakura because he was intrigued by it. I think I've talked a bit about this before. But I think Rin is wrong with the idea that they just didn't understand each other. But why are you here? That's part of the problem with, you know, this goes on for so long. I remember exactly when I come to certain conclusions. But at some point I figured it out. Dosaka jumps out of the back alley as fast as Lancer. As fast as Lancer? Oh, is that foreshadowing that Shinji got Lancer? And maybe Gilly was just looking into it and be like, oh, this scrub got Lancer, huh?
いや、それはこっちの質問だった。それを遠坂がだな。こう人を荷物か何かのようにそこに押し込めた。
So that's what it was. Way! Of course, as soon as the seriousness of the moment is over, her mind immediately goes into the gutter like Shiro's did. Oh, well, that was my question. But you took me and shoved me in here like a package or something. I explain exactly what happened to her. Dash. Oh, man. Her mind's gonna be in the gutter now for sure. She must have understood as Tosaka stops right there. And now she's getting angry about it. Like I was copying a feel or something. Dash. It's good she stopped, but she's now glaring at me silently. Of course. Dash, dash, dash. Oh, that pisses me off. Yeah, because she's the one who pushed you into the corner. She took the initiative. And he wasn't doing anything dirty, other than thinking things, but not physically. He wasn't actually, outside of in his mind, there was no dirty. I also went into a panic because of this sudden event. But it's not fair if she's the only one who can make a face like that. I agree, Shiro. Stand your pervy ground. She shouldn't have done it if she didn't want to. Damn, I feel stupid for getting all embarrassed about it. Oh, that's great.
遠坂、とりあえず一世は関係ない。
By the way, Tosaka, Issei has nothing to do with this. Man, how long until we find out the twist correctly, quote unquote? Oh, I wonder. And I wonder if it's as satisfying. Because it was really, I felt very satisfied. But at the same time, if I had not chose that, how long would it be? And will it be as satisfying, I wonder? Will it be more satisfying? That's always my thing with these multiple timeline twists on both timelines. It's a balancing act for sure. Issei has nothing to do with all this. I say so while turning away from her.
何？もう調べたの、エミヤくん。
What? You already found out, Emiya-kun?
調べた。一世はマスターじゃない。信用できないんなら別にいいけど。
Yeah, Issei's not a master. Well, it doesn't matter if you don't trust me.
おう、それは大丈夫。エミヤくんは嘘を言える人じゃないから、あなたがそう言うなら一世は白でしょう。
You really think Shiro can't lie? At all? I think he can maybe learn to in this timeline now that he's a bit smarter. It's true he normally wouldn't lie about something like this, but he can hide information though. He purposely didn't tell you about Shinji for a while. Huh? No, that's alright. You're not a person who can lie. I bet Issei's innocent if you say so. This feels so weird because, like, I don't even know if Issei is a master. There's definitely some puppeting going on, but, so I don't know if this is the idea is that the twist later is he is the master, or we are meant to supposed to take it on face value that he isn't the master. The fact that this is putting me on the same mindset though. The fact that he's not saying how he confirmed that Issei's not a master, and she's not following up on it, makes me, in my mind, would be the kind of thing where later down the line, it would be like, wait, all you did was physically check for the command spell? That means it could still be such and such. Plot twist, reveal. But, anyways. Because I would, you know, anyways. I bet Issei's innocent if you say so. Tosaka speaks plainly. Shiro did lie in the forest berserker fight to Ilya. Oh yeah, well, I think that was a lie to protect a friend. Then again, I mean, would you be protecting Issei, I guess, but if Issei's an enemy master, how about lie to protect a friend who is definitely, I don't know, he can lie, but I think Rin is correct about the circumstance, probably, usually, mostly. Also, Tosaka just wants to like Shiro, so she doesn't want to doubt him. Damn, I lost. What? You lost? You lost because she got out of the gutter quicker? I sigh. Or you lost because you took it more seriously than she did. I feel stupid for getting angry if she replies like that. And most of all, I've cheered up hearing her say that. Oh. You're getting angry, but you're cheering up because what she said? Emotions are complicated.
けどどうやって確認したの？
Okay.
一世からはマスターの気配がしなかった。なら確認の方法なんて襲ってみるしかないと思うんだ
This
け
is
ど。
what I wanted. I wanted her to ask how he checked. But how did you check? I didn't feel a master's presence from him, so you should only have been able to check by attacking him.
いや、霊樹があるかどうか確認したんだよ。どんなに気配を殺そうが魔力を抑えようが、こればっかりは隠しようがないだろう。
No, I only checked if he had a command spell or not. That's something he can't hide, no matter how much magical energy your master's presence he hides, right? What is Rin's response to this?
ああ、そっか。腕を見れば一発だものね。
Oh yeah, it's simple if you just look at his arm. I feel like Castor could trick the rules. But they did bring it up. They brought it up. So, again, yeah, we've seen the bad end. I don't even know if Issei's meant to be the master. He could be a puppet without being the master. Easily. But, yeah. There's something he can't hide no matter how much magical energy or master's presence he hides, right? Oh yeah, it's simple if you just look at his arm. They brought it up. They finally brought it up. So that's good. And Rin is agreeing. It's weird talking about this now because, like, I've seen the plot twist kind of, but I haven't seen the full one, so I don't know if Issei is meant to be the master. So it's kind of weird. If I had seen this without seeing the twist, and they had talked about this, how would I feel about it? How much magical energy man? Oh yeah, it's simple if you just look at his arm. I guess if they brought it up at this point, and Rin agreed to it, then I would think Issei was definitely the master. Yes. That's how I would react to this situation. Because otherwise, what was the point of them getting so sketchy about Issei? To just look into it, look for a solution, and then be like, oh, you're not him. Okay. My mind probably would have went to, oh, okay, that means he's the master. By them clearing him that easily. Normally, the narrative through line would be they'd clear him because they find out that, oh, it's this person, well, we were distracted by this person. So I think my mind would have, at this point, been like, okay, he's probably the master then. And now that I've seen it, I don't know if that means he's the master, but there's something up with him. Tosaka nods in assent. But she tilts her head in wonder as if she's thought of something strange. Oh? What's the something?
ねえエミヤくん、あなたどうやって一世の霊樹を確認したの？
Hey Emiya-kun, how did you check for Issei's command spell?
どうやったかってそんなの脱がせたに決まってるじゃないか。嫌がったけど力ずくで上着を剥ぎ取ったんだよ。
I just took his clothes off. He fought back, but I took off his shirt by force. Maybe something similar happened to Ayako as Issei? Oh yeah, I said a while ago that Ayako could have been turned into a time bomb. Issei seems to be a sort of time bomb. So I thought that was because of his connection to Shinji. Maybe he got turned into a Makiri time bomb. Or maybe all along that was a red herring and maybe it was Castor that fucked with her and Ayako is a Castor time bomb. Could be, I guess. I took off his shirt off by force. Dash. Tosaka freezes while looking at me. Okay, Rin, once you get your mind out of your gutter, though. Oh, is that what you were thinking of? You were wondering how I did it? Because I might have had to ask him, hey, can you show me your arm? I mean, that would have been the way I would do it, like, in theory. I would just be like, hey, can I see your arm? And then he showed it to you. But in theory, if he's a master and he shows it to you, then he knows that he's hiding it. Whereas you kind of forced it off him, which arguably makes him more innocent, but, yeah. Ellipses question mark? How strange of her. What part of that is strange? Fucking Shiro. Oh my god, Shiro. What part of that is strange? I guess he doesn't even think twice about it because there's not a gay bone in his body. Or he's such a strong friends with Issei that the idea of, you know, man on man in that case doesn't even cross his mind. The Matto household is quiet. It's a good thing Shiro didn't explain at all what he was doing, or the Castor trap would have sprung. Wait, what? Shiro didn't explain at all what he was doing to Issei. Oh, yeah, true. That is the question, though. Well, no, because he said that it was Castor's voice. Because I was thinking, well, maybe it was actually a trap set up by, you know, Soichiro, if he's actually just a terrible, awful person. But the Matto household is quiet. We did definitely glaze over that plot twist, though. The fact that Soichiro is... the fact that Soichiro is Issei's brother, I don't think they talk about that yet. Unless I'm crazy. From what I could tell, they hadn't. But, yeah, because Ryudo Issei, Kuzuki Soichiro, they have different family names, which is interesting. But it does feel interesting that they glazed over that plot twist. I know that, there was a lot going on all of a sudden, but, mentally, I'm surprised Shiro didn't go, oh, they're brothers? But the Mato household is quiet. Shinji isn't here, and Sakura doesn't seem to be here either. Uh-huh. Well, I'm wondering what to do now.
さくらが気になってきたの?
Oh, did you come here because you were worried about Sakura? Yes! Correct. Tosaka says so if it's natural to ask. Of course it is. Rin would be worried about her too. We're both friends. Of hers.
遠坂、マトサクラを知ってるのか?
Shiro doesn't know that Rin knows Sakura in this timeline? Oh my god. Really? Man, this is weird. I forget what we know and don't know. Tosaka, you know Mato Sakura? That's right. Because they had their confrontation in Timeline 1 when Rin was staying over. They had their confrontation then, and yeah, they are friends with each other, but Shiro doesn't know that Rin knows Sakura. That's right. They haven't met yet in this timeline. I mean, they are friends, but they haven't met in front of Shiro. And in this timeline would be Shiro's perspective. Huh. I guess I hadn't really considered that. Tosaka, you know Mato Sakura? That's so funny. The Tosakura, Mato Sakura. You can, like, string their names together. Cute.
まあ、ちょっと顔見知りなのよ。
Well, I'm an acquaintance of hers. Nah, she's your good friend. Otherwise, you wouldn't be checking in on her like this, right? Oh, actually, I guess you could arguably be checking in on, like, with Shinji being a master, you might think that you were wrong all along and Sakura's a master? No, I don't think so. I think it does more have to do with Shinji and being worried for Sakura, and that maybe Shinji might have done something bad. And you might have potentially let it happen by letting him get away. Excuse me.
それより、弓道部の子はみんな病状がひどかったんで、信徒の方の総合病院に移されてるわよ。藤村先生が走り回ってるのだって、それが原因でしょ。
The students in the archery club are all in bad condition. Oh, and Sakura counts? So they've been transferred to the hospital in Shinto. That's why Fujimura Sensei is running around, right? Oh, is Sakura at the hospital? Oh no. Is she okay? Oh no. Also, if she was involved in that incident, Shinji, what a dick. If Makiri was in on that, Makiri, what a dick. Anyways. You thought it was a Sakura choice. But it was written all along. Just written. Anyways, Alright, this should be the last intermission of the stream. Thinking back on the Caster Issei trap, it's interesting that I don't believe Shiro ever brought up the name Caster or anything like that, and yet it still activated the trap. I thought the trap, I don't know, that's why it seemed interesting that after he said the name Soichiro, that like activated the trap. It's just coincidental timing if that's not the case, and if it's just because of the prodding. Maybe it's because of his blood levels or something, but and it's not just talking to him about this foreigner, but asking about her that triggers the trap, which I guess is fair. But like, they could always just have an inquisitive friend who asks about her, and if they do, then what? The trap activates and they die? Does the trap not realize, like, I'm surprised that it has such a small activation condition. Thinking about it. Unless, like, she was monitoring it the whole time, but it's interesting, because she didn't even need to say, like, he didn't need to say master or caster or anything like that, I don't think. I would think it'd be something, like, more blunt like that would cause a trigger, but, after, later, once I, eventually look at that Taiga Dojo, I'm gonna do it anyways, Look at the exact words he used. Because I don't believe he ever said anything like caster or master or any of that. Anyways, that's why Fujimura Sensei is running around, right?
じゃあさくらは
Then what about Sakura?
今頃は病室で眠ってるけど。なるほど。そういうことだったわけ。
She's sleeping in the hospital right now. Oh, I see. What do you see? Interesting that you get a happy look on your face. Because you want my dick. So you would not want me to want someone else's dick? So it's interesting. This happened with Saber too. And it's like playful. I understand that it's playful, but if she genuinely likes me and I genuinely like, it's like she's on board. She doesn't think she deserves me? That would be really funny if it's true. It feels like it is. It's like she's a shipper on deck. She was a shipper on deck for Shiro, and she probably would ship the Sakura relationship too. She likes me, but she doesn't think she can be with me? She might just be fine with Shiro being happy. Yeah. It's interesting though. Because Shiro thinks that way kind of too, is that, well, he just thinks little of himself and doesn't think he should be with, he doesn't think anyone would want to be with him. It's not that he doesn't want to be with people, he doesn't think they'd want to be with him. He doesn't think he's good enough. But in Rin's case, maybe she thinks that she has such a tough, responsible life, she wouldn't, want to get Shiro burdened with her or anything. She has to focus on her, magic responsibility. Shiro gets to be a real boy. So if he can find some girl to be with and be happy with, that's good for him. So Rin's shipping that, I guess. And even though she likes him, she doesn't think it's a good idea to be with him. And roots for him being with someone else. I thought about this a bit in the Saber timeline. And I was like, maybe it's just she's accepted it or whatever. But maybe, I guess it would make sense that she's just generally like that. Huh. She's sleeping in the hospital right now. She's sleeping in the hospital right now. Oh, I see.
なんだよその邪悪な笑いは。
What's with that evil smile?
別に。けど、そうよね。私への報告なんかより、いつも手伝いに来てくれる後輩の方が気がかりってなもんよ。
Nothing.
私、エミヤくんのこと、ちょっと分かっちゃった。
But yeah, you should be more worried about the person who comes to help you, rather than, contacting me. Oh, I think I'm getting to understand you now. Wait. You should be more worried about the person who comes to help you. You mean Sakura comes to help me, rather than contacting me. Shiro didn't contact you, though. You just happened to be here. Am I misunderstanding? Or are you misunderstanding? You should be more worried about the person who comes to help you, Sakura, rather than contacting me. I think I'm beginning to understand you now. I didn't contact you, though. You just happened to be here. I don't get it. I don't get what she's saying. Anyways, I think I'm beginning to understand you now. Tosaka smiles meaningfully. Sure. It's really humiliating, but...
遠坂、なんで桜がうちに通ってるって知ってるんだ？
Oh, yeah, Shiro caught that. Shiro caught that. Okay. Yeah, okay. And it's true that, Sakura... Yeah, because Rin made a little, I actually don't understand that sentence either. Hey, I'm not alone! Rin is saying it was the right choice to pick Sakura. Yeah. Should be more worried about the person who comes checks you rather than contacting me. Oh, Rin... I think Rin is misunderstanding. I think Shiro... Rin thinks that Shiro was coming to her, but that wasn't intentional? Right choice to pick Sakura. Yeah. Okay, that is Rin's mindset then. She likes Shiro, but she doesn't want to weigh him down. She wants him to be happy. She'd be happy if he ended up with someone else like Sakura, for example. Huh. Smiles meaningfully. It's really humiliating, but Tosaka, why do you know Sakura comes to my place? Yeah, okay. The person who comes, rather than the person who comes to help you. Because until now, you and, in fact, still now, Sakura and Rin have not met in this timeline for Shiro. So it's weird that she knows that Rin... And I remember in timeline 1, at some point, there was some line that was dropped. And I was like, wait a second, Rin, how do you know that? No, that's right. That's what it was. Is that Rin knew where Shiro lived. That was, I think, the initial impetus. Where Rin was running, it's like, oh no, of course, he'll be injured. And I thought Rin was running, like, I think I was initially Shinji or something. And then Rin found Shiro, and it's because Rin somehow knew where Shiro lived. So that's where the whole theory came from. And then it was confirmed later on that Rin had been, spying on Sakura. But I had that initial theory of like, wait, what? How does Rin know where Shiro lives? But... Tosaka, why do you know Sakura comes to my place? And yeah, again, Shiro being on point in this timeline. Once again, clap for that.
そんなの弓道部に通ってればわかるわよ。
I love how she feels like she's so in control, but then Shiro comes at her with something smart. She's underestimating him. Or rather, well, yeah, she's underestimating him, letting her guard down, saying stuff she shouldn't be saying. I guess that does count as underestimating. Not realizing she's saying stuff she should be saying. She's letting her guard down enough to say stuff she shouldn't be saying. But of course, that shows how much she's willing to let Shiro into her world, at least subconsciously. That she lets her guard down so much to let stuff like that slip. Oh, I found that out when I went to visit the archery club. But she was letting stuff like slip in front of Shiro long ago. Even, you know, initially when they first, like, talked together. After the Berserker fight. Yeah. Rin let something slip, and I'm forgetting what it was at the moment, but Rin did let something slip. Oh. It had to do with the fact that she already saved me once. At the school, and she said something, and she was like, how did you know that? I don't remember what it was, but yeah. I found that out when I went to visit the archery club. Sure you did, Rin. Sure you did.
ほら、首相の三辻さんと知り合いだし、私。
I'm friends with the captain, Mitsuzuri-san, you know. Speaking of her, can we see her again? Can we see her again? Can we please see her again? What happened? Where is she? Ayako is missing. With that, Tosaka starts walking up the hill. Issei works in the narrative as just the guy friend of Shiro, so the added plot twist of, oh, he's some puppet for Castor is just icing. But Ayako is like, she doesn't work in the narrative as just the friend of Rin, because Rin's not really the protagonist, and we don't see them interact enough even if that was the case. But, yeah. Tosaka starts walking up the hill.
Tosaka, 帰るのか?
Tosaka, are you going home?
ええ、ここにいても仕方がないし、キャスター探しはまた練り直しだし。明日、学校でアイデアを出し合いましょう。
Yeah, it's meaningless to stay here and we need to restart the search for Castor. Let's share ideas tomorrow. I mean... Okay, I guess that gives us both a chance to get our minds out of the gutter. Okay, how long are they going to put off this game of cat and mouse for? I assume the next day there's going to be some big shindigs. This also feels like a very big moment that you can't afford to miss, so maybe you do get a bad end if you try to feed Saber. Tosaka says goodbye and casually leaves. Then, she looks at me seriously from a distance.
Tosaka?
Yeah? What is it? What's up?
ねえ、ちょっと聞きたいことがあるんだけど。
Oh? Is she horny? Or what? I have something I want to ask you. What's it about?
いいけど、
Is it about our past? Is it our past? Something that happened in our past that you know about? What is it? Fine, what?
その、例えばの話よ。もしさ、本人の意思とは関係なく、よその家に養子にやられたら、その子はどういう気持ちで育つのかな。
Wait, what? This is a what if question. No, it's not. What if someone is sent for adoption without any regards to their will? How do you think that person would feel when they grow up? You're adopted? What? Oh! Do you know Shiro's adopted? Huh. What if someone is sent for adoption without any regards to their will? Shiro's self-adopted. So you couldn't be talking about Shiro even if you knew about the Shiro situation. Shiro very much self-adopted. Kiritsugu gave him the option. Wait, that can't be right. You can't be adopted. I thought it was blood tied. I thought the magic crest was blood tied. Right? Who are you talking about? Sakura? Was Sakura adopted? They both have blue hair. What are you talking about? You can't be adopted. I thought it's blood tied. I thought the crest was blood tied. Didn't they say the crest was blood tied? Am I crazy? I thought at some point someone said the crest was blood tied. Maybe I assumed that and I was assuming wrong. At some point. This is a what if question. What if someone is sent for adoption without any regards to their will? How do you think that person... From what we know, Magic Crest is definitely blood tied. Huh. Huh? Sent for adoption without any regards to their will. Or do you mean you're adopted by Kirei? Does that count? Is that what you're talking about? That's not really a plot twist then. Not even in the sense of not knowing Fate Zero, that's not really a plot twist. But... What? Who are you talking about? Ayako? Was Ayako adopted? What? What's the significance of this? How do you think that person will feel when they grow up? Wait, is this the metaphorical question? Maybe it's a metaphorical question. Like, Rin was forced into magic without her will. She never wanted to study magic, but then started studying magic because her father died before she could get old enough to realize she didn't want anything to do with magic? Is it metaphorical? Because if this is literal, I don't fucking know what you mean. You can't be adopted. Huh. Unless there's a twist we don't know, which, I mean, that would be a twist, but... Dish. What does she mean with that question? A child that's adopted with no regard to their will? A life where their previous life is all thrown away to be adopted by a complete stranger? Do you mean adopted by Kirei? Maybe that is what she means. What if someone was sent for adoption? But that's not really the same thing. I mean, I guess, but... I guess that could be what she means, but I feel like it's worded wrong if that is what she means. A life where their previous life is all thrown away to be adopted by a complete stranger. People say children cannot choose their parent. In this case, Shiro did, though. He's a rare exception. Or rather, Kiritsugu gave him the option to choose. Children who are raised by a stranger after they're born, and how they might feel.
Emiya-kun?
Dash. I get myself together. Oh yeah, he's thinking about his own circumstances. Because he did have a choice. Although, arguably, he didn't. Metaphorically, if we want to get into the whole he felt responsible because Kiritsugu chose to save him over anyone else, he thought it wouldn't be right to say no. Yeah. Why was I so sentimental? Because you were adopted? Because you felt the burden of carrying on Kiritsugu's wish? Because after he saved you, you felt it was right that you had to say yes? Maybe you felt locked in a similar sense to Tosaka? But does that mean Tosaka? I don't know what she means with that question. I don't even need to think about this question.
いや、どういう気持ちもないだろう。もらわれた先の家がいいところなら文句ないだろうし、悪いところなら文句があるんじゃないか?
I don't think it's a big problem. I think I have to agree with this. If the place they're adopted to is a good place, I'm sure the person doesn't have any complaints. I'm sure there'll be some complaints if it's a bad place, but that'll be true even if they're not adopted. I guess the complaints will be different if they're not adopted, but if they're adopted, they can use the excuse of, if I had real parents, it wouldn't be this bad. But if they're not adopted, they just come up with something else. I mean, so yeah, I'd agree.
そっか。そうよね。何当たり前のこと聞いてるんだろう、私。
I see, you're right. Why am I asking such an obvious thing? Maybe you're just referring to yourself with Kirei. Is that what you mean? He would have fucked you up probably mentally to some extent, I guess, but... No choice in the matter. I just think of that as something Rin's dad would do to carry on the family name. We need a Tosaka. But the whole crest being blood-tied kills that idea in theory, so I don't think that's the answer Rin wanted. Oh, Rin wanted, yeah. That's the answer which Shiro would give. It makes sense because Shiro was adopted and enjoyed the adoption, and he probably still subconsciously feels like he was forced into the adoption because Kiritsugu saved him and he didn't think he could say no. But it's still not the same thing because he did technically choose. Rin, on the other hand, if we're talking about the Kirei thing, I guess she didn't really choose, and maybe she wanted to hear Shiro say that, yeah, it would be worse. Maybe if you'd had a choice, it could be different. Shiro did have a choice, so maybe that makes it different. I don't know. Tosaka waves goodbye and goes up the hill. She wants someone to confirm to her that her life is kind of bad right now and it'd be better if she wasn't forced into the Kirei situation? I guess. Tosaka's house in the opposite direction from mine. Well, I have to get back to my house before it gets dark. Dinner ends before I realize it. Ooh, wow, are we at nighttime already? Man, these days go by so fast. I mean, I say that, but I started the day at the beginning of the stream. It's a long stream, but still, compared to Timeline 1, it felt like those went on forever. But then again, my streams were shorter when I was doing Timeline 1. I came home, trained with Saber in the dojo, then Fujine came home and I made dinner. And we ate together, and it's now already past 8. And it doesn't look like Taiga's going to kill us from hunger exhaustion. Hunger exhaustion?
セイバーちゃん、もしかしてあっちじゃ有名な達人さんなの？セイバーちゃんが教え出してからこっち、シロったら別人みたいなんだけど。
Oh, you know about our training, Taiga? I didn't realize. Could you be a famous swordsman in your country, Saber-chan? Yes. Shiro's been like a different person ever since you started teaching him. Yeah, but he's arguably like a different person because he was mesmerized by Archer, but shh, Saber doesn't want to admit that. I mean, she doesn't like that. She knows it, but she wouldn't be happy if you said it.
それは私も驚いています。ですが、シロの死は別にいるようですから、私の手腕ではありません。
I am surprised about that as well, but it seems Shiro's a different teacher, so it is not my doing. We're drinking the after meal tea right now. Dash, dash. It's good that Fujine and Saber are getting along. I don't want to interrupt, so I'll quietly drink tea and rest my body that's tired from training with Saber.
師匠が2人？ありゃ、二股かけてるってことかなそれ。
He has 2 teachers? Does that mean he's cheating on you? I mean, compared to Timeline 1, arguably I'm starting to cheat on her with Rin now. If we're talking about actual, female. If we're talking about teachers, yes, I'm 100% cheating on her with Archer. But Archer just doesn't know it yet. He will, though. He'll learn.
本人に自覚はないようですが。ですがまあ、結果がいいので黙認することにしました。
It seems he is not conscious of it, but I have decided to tolerate it since the result is good.
確かに、シロは自分に合った戦法を身につけた方がいい。体はとうに出来上がっているのですから、あとは自身をうまく動かす思考を組み込むだけです。
Shiro should learn techniques that are suited for him. His body is already fit, so all that's left is to learn how to move his body properly. Uh-huh.
あ、セイバーちゃんは分かってるじゃない。そうそう、シロはずっと鍛えてきたんだから、体はしっかりしてるのよ。
Taiga's sharp.
今まではね、本人にやる気がなかっただけなんだから。
Exactly, Saber-chan. Shiro's been training all this time, so his body's really fit. It's just that he wasn't motivated until now. He's definitely hit a stroke of information. Motivation! But does Taiga realize why the motivation? Or does he just think it's like horniness or something? Or does she actually have I mean, she wouldn't know about the Grail War, but has she actually noticed... Does she just think he's motivated now because he's doing better? Or does she actually, read him to an extent and notice, yeah, something's different about him? Which I would not be surprised about at all, given that something is different about him. He's a lot smarter.
体を鍛える。確かに、あのような道場があったのなら、鍛錬にも身が入りましょう。加えて、 タイガといういい対戦相手がいたのですから
Don't know how much he's
素
been
質がないはずがない
I don't know how much he's been fighting Taiga before, but yeah, I guess that would help getting his ass kicked a little bit by Taiga. That would train his body. Training his body. I see. I'm sure he'd have trained his body having a dojo like that. Additionally, he had an opponent like you, so it's impossible for him to have no talent. She nods emotionally and takes a sip. Sip of tea. It's nice that they're getting along in this timeline, where in timeline 1 they had a pout fight. Taiga was all angry about Saber stealing her Shiro. In this timeline, though, they got together more naturally because she thought she was just, she thought she was a potential lover for Shiro, not that she was taking over as his guardian, like in timeline 1 because of that line. And they've more naturally come to this understanding, so that now, even though they see they're training together, they get to bond over it instead of, timeline 1, where she got all sulky about, no, my Shiro! Which, it's cool to see how relationships can evolve when they are started differently. They say first impressions are huge, and this kind of, it just shows an alternate look into what the first impression could lead to, and that's kind of a fun thing about branching paths like this, so I enjoy that a lot, but, that's good water. She nods emotionally and takes a sip of tea. Then...
あの道場で剣道をするのは久しぶりだよ。セイバーちゃんが来るまであそこは剣道場じゃなかったもん。
No, it's been a long time since we last did kendo in there. I mean, you still physically beat him up a lot. But you are admitting you did do kendo in there in the past, though. That place wasn't used for kendo before you came here. Was it used back when Kiritsugu was around, I assume? Fujine corrects Saber while biting on a rice cracker. There's a contradiction in your words, Fuji, because you said, it's been a long time since we last did kendo in there. But that place wasn't used for kendo. I mean, you didn't add the ever in. That place wasn't used for kendo ever. But there's like an implied ever based on the way you worded that, which is only contradicted by your earlier line when you said, it's been a long time, which means you did at some point do it, but...
剣道場ではなかった。シロは道場で竹刀を持たなかったのですか
It was not? Did you not use the shinai at the dojo, Shiro? Oh, are you going to be even more impressed, Saber? More impressed that I'm as good as I am without ever having done it? It's been a long time since we last did kendo. No, you specifically did say kendo. It'd be different if it's a long time since we used the dojo. And then you went on to say, that place wasn't used for kendo before. But no, she specifically said last time we did kendo in there. It was not? Did you not use the shinai at the dojo, Shiro? Saber looks at me with surprise.
まあそうだけど、親父が死んでからは使わなかったからな。
Well, no, I haven't used it since my father died. Yeah, the lack of motivation.
そうよ。シロ、暇さえあればキリツグさんと試合してたのに、キリツグさんが亡くなったら途端に竹刀を持たなくなってさ。
Yep, Shiro is fighting Kiritsugu-san any chance he got. But he stopped using the shinai after Kiritsugu-san died. It's just, as long as Kiritsugu wasn't bringing any guns to a sword fight, I think we're fine. I'm so sad. Oh, in the present tense, you're so sad? I think you'd be more sad in the past when that happened. It made you so sad. It makes you so sad? Munch, munch. Fujimura Taiga nibbles on the rice cracker while resting her head on the table. Desh, desh. I have a bad feeling about this. Oh, is Saber gonna freak out? Is Saber gonna be like, you never used it before and you're that good? Oh my gosh! When Fujine acts like this, the conversation always goes to...
ああ、どうしてかな。
Oh.
あの頃は剣道少年だったのに、今じゃプー太郎だよ。そりゃ、お世辞にも剣の才能はなかったけど、弓道はちょっとこの子大丈夫なのかなって思うぐらいだったのにやめちゃうしさ。
Man, I wonder why. He was such a kendo boy back then. He was? This is actually our first time learning of this. We know that Shiro had dreams of swords. We know that he's a sword dreamer for sure. But I don't know if we knew that he was much of a sword fighter before now. I think this is a new information for us, that he actually did swords before Saber. We knew about the archery. But the sword thing, aside from the dreams, I don't think is something we've really known until just now. I think this is technically our first time learning this. But he's just a bum now. I can't say he had talent for swords. But he was pretty good in archery. But he quit, pretty good. According to ISSEI, it was practically perfect. Pretty good in archery. Is Saber gonna put 2 and 2 together and go, Shiro, you're Archer from the future? No, that's reaching, for sure.
やっぱりそうきたか。藤ね、昔の話なんてやめろよな。後ろ向きだぞ、そういうの。
As I thought, Fujine, stop talking about the past. That's just really negative. Interesting. He doesn't like her saying this kind of thing. The fact that Shiro used to be a kendo boy? The fact that he used to be good in archery? Which one? But he quit. Both? Or he just doesn't want her reminiscing in general. He also didn't want Taiga talking much about his past with Sakura either. So he still feels whiffy-waffy about his past. And the thing about the archery, I think it's archery specifically that he has the nudging point for, but maybe there's some kendo whiffiness there too. I glare at her. Yeah, he's serious. Again, similar to the Sakura conversation from earlier. Didn't want her talking about it with Sakura, doesn't want her talking about it with Saber. I guess because... I mean, Taiga's always known to an extent because she was, you know, helping out with the family since back then. But I guess anyone else Shiro just doesn't want to know? Or is it specifically people that he thinks of as friends? I guess just, maybe he just doesn't want it being brought up in his normal conversations with people that he thinks of as friends? He doesn't want that past to impact the present? That's just really negative. Thinking about the past as inherently negative? Because he doesn't think he's worthy of the past? Because he's supposed to carry on Kiritsugu's dream, and he feels like he has not succeeded yet in doing that, so he doesn't want it being talked about now, as it just makes him think, I'm not worthy yet. You can't talk about that past because I still haven't succeeded him yet. We can talk about it like the good old days once I succeed him? Maybe. Fujine sulks and eats the rice cracker. Phew. It seems she's done now. Oh, he seems really relieved about this.
Oh,
no. Shiro's childhood, huh? And Saber's just gonna ask about it. Because she's curious, of course she is. Especially knowing that he's Amiya. And she would know, she's known, it's talked in Timeline 1 about, she knew Kiritsugu to an extent. So she knows that Shiro is related to, you know, the other Amiya. So I'm not surprised she'd be interested in his childhood, and Shiro would not want it being talked about. Yeah. Yep, that's why he freaks out. Taiga drops it and Saber picks it back up. Why do you have to bring the conversation back up again, Saber?
Nani?
What? Do you want to hear about it? Oh no! So poignant. Yes, I am curious. Oh, that close-up. That close-up was too good.
Yosh. Nara, one-chan, hanashite ageyokka na.
Alright, then I'll tell you all about him. The moral of Fujimura Taiga's army goes up. The morale. Due to the reinforcements brought on by Saber. Oh no! Ah! Dash dash. I think this is a losing battle at this point, Shiro. They've joined forces. I guess it can't be helped. I don't want to interrupt, so I guess I'll drink tea silently. You're more willing? You didn't want it to happen, but now that it's already starting to happen, maybe you are backing down because it's only Saber? It's not like it's, Oh, that's right. It has to do with the hero morale and how you want to be a hero and you don't think you've lived up to being a hero. I talked about this before with the Sakura thing. The idea that maybe, I think this is close to what I said. The idea that because he doesn't think he's fully lived up to the idea of being a hero, he doesn't want Sakura hearing about how he's, failed to do the thing that he wants to do as being the hero. Especially because Sakura is the ideal girl that he would want to hero for. But with Saber, that's right. Sakura is the ideal woman in the kitchen that he would want to save, as it were. But with Saber in Timeline 1, he already went through that whole song and dance, so he's less likely to think of Saber as someone that just needs to be saved. So he'd be more willing to back off and be like, well, yeah, I guess. If there is, if that logic at all holds true for Shiro's mentality. I don't want to interrupt, so I guess I'll drink tea silently. I'll carry out my original intention of resting my body.
それでね、今はこんなにひねくれちゃったけど、子供の頃は可愛かったのよ。人のことを疑わなかったし、お願いすれば何でも二つ返事で引き受けてくれたり。
He's really twisted now, but he was really cute when he was a kid. He never doubted anyone, and he would do everything you asked him to do. And he started doubting people probably because Taiga and you abused that trust, right? But also, he probably didn't doubt anyone because he thought everyone was above him. He did everything everyone asked because he thought they were worth more than him. So if they asked him to do something, he might as well make use of his worthless existence to do the thing they want him to do. To put a more positive spin on things. I see.
でも妙に頑固なところがあってね。一度決めたことはなかなか変えなかったりしたっけ。そのあたり、キリツグさんとは正反対だったかな。
But he had a stubborn side to him, and he rarely changed his mind once he decided on something. I guess he was the complete opposite of Kiritsugu-san in that regard. A stubborn side. Rarely changed his mind once he decided on something. Yeah, that definitely sounds like Shiro. For sure. It's hard for him to get him to change his ways. Took a whole timeline 1 to get him to, mentally progress. To be a bit of a healthy-ish person. Healthy-ish. He was the complete opposite of Kiritsugu-san in that regard. It's easier to get Kiritsugu to change his mind? Maybe post-Fate Zero when he had his whole world flipped on its head. I could see him becoming a little more easy to just persuade, for sure.
キリツグは素人は正反対だったのですか？
So Kiritsugu was the opposite of Shiro? Oh, finally Saber learning some stuff about Kiritsugu.
そうだよ。キリツグさんは何でもオッケーって人だったから、いいことも悪いことも人それぞれ、人生なるようになるさって人だったな。
Yep, Kiritsugu-san was the kind that accepted everything. He thought that good and evil were different for each person. He took life real casually. Accepted everything. I mean, yeah, you would accept everything. After you almost done fucked everything up, you'll accept every win the universe will give you. That good and evil were different for each person. Sure. Dash.
そのくせ困ってる人を見たら何とかしちゃうのよね。シロウもそんなキリツグさんの真似ばっかりしてた。
Oh, this actually gives the Archer Kiritsugu parallel in novel and not just me having to look back at Fate Zero. Granted, it was always technically there because he wants to take on being a hero from Kiritsugu, so it's not from nothing. But he would try to do something about it every time he saw someone in trouble. And Shiro was always trying to imitate Kiritsugu-san. Yep, always do some... And every time he saw someone in trouble. Shiro was trying to imitate him, yeah. Kiritsugu, I think, is like Archer in that he does it because he feels it's the right thing to do. Shiro, though, assuming he doesn't character development to becoming Archer or someone like Archer, is definitely doing it because he's trying to mentally save himself. He saw how happy, I talked about this before, Kiritsugu looked when he saved Shiro, that he thought, maybe I can make myself feel that happy by saving someone. But I think that's where the root of the initial unhealthiness lies.
シロウはキリツグさんよりはっきりしてたから、悪いことはダメだって町のいじめっ子をバンバン叩いてたっけ。
Yeah, Shiro has to make this dream his own and literally become Archer, or become like Archer, you know. Shiro was more particular than Kiritsugu-san, so he went and beat up bullies saying bad things are bad. Interesting. More particular than Kiritsugu-san. He beat up bullies. He beat up the bullies saying bad things are bad. Yeah, you talk about how he has an anger issue, but he doesn't really come out with the anger issue. He did it more when he was younger, maybe with the idea that Kiritsugu would rein him in, or someone would rein him in, or someone should rein him in. Could also be a super evil side coming out. You know, the super evil side inside of him that's all swords until he gets older and mellows a little bit and doesn't get as angry as easily. He went and beat up the bullies. Maybe he was beating up the bullies at the time because he thought maybe beating up the bad people, beating up the villains, as it were, would make him feel better. But maybe it didn't, so that's why he stopped. Maybe it didn't work, so eventually he gave up. And in his mind, maybe the reason he's been so slow to be the hero or to properly progress is because he's like, well, I was beating up the bad guys, and I wasn't really feeling better about it. So, what do I do? What am I doing wrong? I need a badder bad guy. And he got one eventually. Kirei, yay! And Shinji's also was pretty bad in Timeline 1 for sure. Bad things are bad.
その時からシローは正義の味方だったんだ。
Shiro's been trying to be a superhero since then. Yeah, or maybe that's, yeah, exactly. He's looking for the thing that, what kind of superhero will make him feel good? First he tried beating up the bullies, it didn't work. He's like, I must be doing this wrong. How do I do this to make me feel good the way Shiro felt? Or rather, the way Kiritsugu felt. Young Shiro seems more proactive than current pre-Timeline 2 Shiro. Yeah. He was maybe looking for all the ways to try to be a hero to imitate Kiritsugu, to get the feeling Kiritsugu got, the good feeling. And then as more and more of them didn't work, he became more complacent. Especially after Kiritsugu's death, he was really just spinning his wheels because he felt like even if he had gave up in a way on being a hero, because he wasn't sure how to really do it, nothing was working, he felt the responsibility that Kiritsugu has passed on to him, and everyone in the fire who saved him, that he felt, well, I have to do it somehow, but he doesn't really know how, so he's just been spinning his wheels the whole Timeline 1 until the climax. But Shiro's been trying to be a superhero since then. Fujine happily talks about boring things. Beside Fujine.
なぜシローは正義の味方なのですか?
Why do you try to be a superhero? Oh. Always Saber asking the important questions to Shiro. Saber asks me a natural question.
いや、なぜって聞かれても困る。単に憧れてるからじゃないか。
Well, it's hard to explain. I guess it's because I admire them.
憧れている。その正義の味方に。
Admire? You admire superheroes? I don't think that's quite admitting the truth, but sure. Admires. Let's go with that for now.
まあ、そうだけど。
I guess so. Yep, Timeline 2 Shiro, even though you're normally so confident about this, you don't really know how to put it into words. I mean, maybe that'll be your Timeline 2 resolution, and that's how we progress into Shiro in Timeline 3, as you actually find, find your reason for wanting to be a hero. It's embarrassing if she says superhero outright.
それはどうして?
Why is that?
どうしてって。
Well, I realized at that moment. Aha! Ooh, self-realization! Nice, we're getting this? Cool! To be fair, it is smarter Timeline 2 Shiro, so maybe when he's finally confronted, he has to think about it. It's embarrassing if she says superhero outright. Why is that? Well, I realized at that moment. Why do you admire superheroes? There's no reason. Dun, 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 dun. I think, if anything, the reason is that you admire Kiritsugu. Specifically. And because he's a superhero. In theory, though, he wanted to be a superhero. Emiya Shiro has admired superheroes since he was a child. I kept on running so that I could be of help to people, so that I could help people who were sad. That does not change even now. But the reason behind it, why did I try to be of help to people? I'll make your dream. Dash, dash, dash. That's the answer. That was the end of the person that meant everything to me. So, you want to be a superhero because he wanted to? That's what you call a burden. You don't want to be a hero because you actually want to be a hero? He died peacefully because of a simple statement I made. Uh-huh. Now it's a burden. But Shiro, Kiritsugu loved you as his child. He would be happy whatever direction in life you took after the fact. He would be sad to know that you are being weighed down by the promise you made to him. So if that's not what you really want, you shouldn't feel weighed down by it. And if that is what you want, it should be because it's actually what you want. And not because you feel you have to do it because he passed down the torch to you. I wanted to protect that trust he had in me. There it is. There's the admission. Oh, the responsibility. You don't actually want to be a hero. Even after he died. So that he'd be able to rest in peace. I guess, arguably, that's his way of being a hero. He's saving Kiritsugu by saying he's going to be a hero. But that's not the same kind of hero that saves every random stranger just because it feels right. Kiritsugu did a lot for him. So that's like, even if that is a hero aspect, that's more personal hero. Saving someone who's close to them because they like the person who's close to them. And again, that could also just be further responsibility because if he feels, after everything that happened in the fire and how he's already feels responsible, he feels like he owes his life to Kiritsugu. So when Kiritsugu says this, Shiro's like, I can do it. It was already decided even before then, in that sense. If Archer is Shiro, Kiritsugu would be so sad. I mean, maybe if Archer can still have a happy ending, maybe if Shiro can have an alternate reality happy ending and Archer can have a future past alternate happy ending, it could work out, but he would be able to rest in peace. But, is that really the right reason? No, it is not! I love it. I love this finally coming up. Shiro? I love Timeline 2 Shiro so much! Oh, I'm sorry for shitting on you so badly in Timeline 1 Shiro. It's okay. I can like him in hindsight. But God, he was a pain at the time. Dash. I hear my name and get a hold of myself.
いや、悪い。先に戻る。
Sorry, I'm going to my room now. Yes, that's what you really needed to realize. You needed this confronted to you. Your whole life's goal was this vague, I want to be a hero. Finally confronting the why of you wanting to be a hero is so important for you taking your next steps forward. That's so good. Yes. And Timeline 1 was probably necessary for this to happen because it's confronting a hard truth. The idea that, that was an excuse or whatever, that was a burden, that kind of thing. He needed the development from Timeline 1 to properly confront this for sure, so it is definitely a chronological. I'm going to my room now. Driven by an unknown uneasiness, I get up. I leave the living room as if running away from something. Shiro, you mustn't run away. Your name isn't Shinji. But even if it was, he mustn't run away either. Dash. No, not as if. I did run away. At least you can admit it. At least that's some self-realization. It's okay to run away sometimes. You can run away, recover, and fight another day. If you realize you run away, that's already a good step. The self-realization, the self-admitting that yes, that was running away. Just as long as you know, take some time to think about it and then stop running away. In this timeline, he's only focusing on Kiritsugu's last words and not the basement, yeah, that whole thing, yeah. Yeah. It was a natural question, but I was scared something might be revealed if Saber stared at me like that. The darkness inside you? I mean, Saber, it's always Saber! She was cutting to the truth of you in Timeline 1, too! Like, she's the one who really first straight up and asked him, Shiro, do you have some kind of death wish? I don't remember exactly what she said, but she was like, yeah, you don't value your life very much, do you, Shiro? And, That was so nice then, too. Always Saber with these hard drops. To be fair, in this time, though, it was Saber prodding Shiro and Shiro having the self-realization. In the other time, Saber just straight up went, Shiro, what the fuck? It's a bit different, but it's still related to Saber both times. It's interesting, because you'd think, oh, the Rin timeline, maybe Rin is the one who gets it out of him. But no, they seem to keep up the Saber connection. They are master and servant, so that's fair. Maybe Rin is more about Shiro just, solving Rin's problems, and Saber solves Shiro's problems. But who solves Saber's problems? Well, the answer is Shiro. He already did it in Timeline 1. But, Saber, I'm looking at a mirror. I suppose. That is another thing I'm wondering. How is Saber gonna be, saved, quote-unquote, in this timeline? Or is she not? It'd be kind of sad if she's unhealthy at the end of this timeline, because we know exactly what her fucked up wish is. Granted, I guess by the end of the timeline, we'll once get confronted with the Grail, and then Saber, even if she had that unhealthy wish, will just confront it unnaturally and be like, oh, so my wish could have never worked. And so that'll work, I guess, if they do it that way, because we've already seen her have the proper revelation in Timeline 1, but anyways. I was scared something might be revealed if Saber stared at me like that. Why? What am I scared of? The admission that you only want to be a hero because you want to fill the void in your heart? The void you felt. You saw Kiritsugu filling himself when he saved you. You want that feeling. An uneasiness that I don't understand myself. A shapeless fear, an attacking nausea. I hurried to my room, bearing the headache. Fujine went home, saying that she had work to do tonight. Okay. We're about at the stopping point, but I think we can hit the end of the day. Saying she had work to do tonight. Saber is sleeping in the next room like yesterday. Dash. I can't sleep tonight either, so I stare into the darkness. Oh yeah, especially tonight. It'd be hard for you to sleep, for sure. It's not that I can't sleep because I'm so conscious of Saber. It's because you can't help thinking about the hero thing. Yeah, this is probably going to be a juicy dream, and it's probably not going to be an Archer dream. Or if it is, it's because you are Archer. Why do you try to be a superhero? It's because of those words. That question is still in my brain. Dash. She asked me why and answered because I admire them. It's obvious why I ran away right then. Because if she had asked me why I admired them, I wouldn't be able to come up with an answer. Oh shoot, you're dashing. You're bumping. That's the same bump sound you made with Rin. Is this a different bump answer? Maybe you admire superheroes all along because you are a superhero from the future past. Why are you made of swords? No, I have an answer. Oh! But I'm unconsciously restraining myself from ever saying it. Aha! Yes, the ignoring hard truths. This is probably one of your hardest truths, and you're fighting through it. Because you saw the basement. Somehow, in the other timeline. They still have not bothered talking about that at all. But that is definitely what's going on. Maybe that's Grail shenanigans they'll talk about at the end of this timeline. Maybe at the end of Timeline 3. That is 100% what's happening now. The reason to be a superhero. Why ask that now? This is music that I know... I don't know how often this music plays, but I know it played when we were having our conversation with Archer in Timeline 1. That's what comes to mind with this music. Feels like Archer music. What else would it be made of? I don't know, skin and blood and normal stuff? Silly-wise. Archers don't actually use arrows in Fate. They just throw a bunch of metallic objects from a distance and act like they're archers. I mean, okay, to be fair, Archer actually does, use a bow and swords in his bow, but, The reason to be a superhero. Why ask that now? I was just desperate to be like Kiritsugu when I was a child. Why were you desperate to be like Kiritsugu? Answer it. I admired superheroes because There was an ideal I could not make come true. That should be the cause. The true form of the ideal I have. No, the ideal I've had since 10 years ago was a hero that could have saved everyone. I glared into the sky, thinking that if I could save someone, it would be a lie, unless I could save everything. Or you mean everyone? If you only save one person, it doesn't count, unless you can save everyone? You want to save everyone. Everyone in your sight. That sounds like an Archer thing from Archer's flashback, is that he just saved everyone in his sight. And now you're saying that if I could save someone, it would be a lie unless I could save everything. Which, yeah, Kiritsugu is like you can only save the people you save. You're dooming other people by not saving them, as it were, because you can only save so many people. Of course, Kiritsugu wanted to save everyone. That's what he wanted the Grail for. That's why he got so cynical, because it's hard to save everyone, but if he gets the Grail, he can save potentially everyone, kind of, sort of. It didn't quite work out, but that was his idea at the time. Yeah, if I could save someone, it would be a lie unless I could save everything. You're opposed to this idea that saving someone means sacrificing someone else. It's all or nothing in your mind. Interesting. You think even letting one person die is a failure. You're more focused on the failures than you are the successes. You're a glass half empty, not a glass half full kind of person, to the extreme. Dash, 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 dash. But which one is the lie? Oh. The ideal called a superhero that I've admired? The older I get, the more Emiyashiro strays from the ideal. The ignorant child that did not know of limits has learned of limits through knowledge. What cannot be saved cannot be saved. But the Grail could potentially wish and save everyone. Well, we know now the Grail is all grody and that probably wouldn't work. But, in theory, from your perspective, it should be possible. But we know from Timeline 1 that, you think that it would be wrong to go back and do that because that means, you know, you could be undoing some of the things. Like, Kiritsugu was so happy when he saved Shiro. Let that happiness be preserved, as it were. What cannot be saved cannot be saved. A miracle is something too big for humans. Dash, 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 dash. But I believed I could be like Kiritsugu when I grew older. If you became like Archer when you grow up, you succeeded. I don't know if you'd want to be like Kiritsugu. Kiritsugu wouldn't want you to be like Kiritsugu. At least not pre-Fate Zero Grail War Kiritsugu. And post-Great War Fate Zero, I don't think he'd want you to be like him either, but for different reasons. But all I obtained was the wisdom to conclude that an ideal is just an ideal. That means you're becoming more like Kiritsugu, because he eventually was like, saving someone is sacrificing someone else. So there you go, you're on the right path. All I can do are remedial measures. Alright, self-admission, that you're spinning your wheels, you're not actually making progress. Even though I've been attacked with the fact that it's meaningless, I've continued to do whatever I could. Thinking that it's good enough if one person is saved by my actions. Is that an admission of defeat, or are you actually satisfied with that? Even though my objective is to save as many lives as I can, I've lost a lot of things in the way. But I continued so that I wouldn't lose. Huh. Lost a lot of things on the way. Even if I'm battered by reality, I can keep standing if I don't accept the loss, even if I'm only bluffing. So you want to be a liar? You've never been great at lying, to my understanding. You've been more of an honest person. You saying you want to be an ultimate liar? But this time not lying to yourself? Or, yes, lying to yourself. If I don't accept the loss, even if I'm only bluffing. That does sound like going towards Archer's perspective, the idea that oh, any of the bad things are okay, even if, as long as, I save as many people as possible, I'll accept I'll keep lying to myself that I'm okay with it? That I'm okay with only saving the people in my sight? And not saving literally everyone on the planet? That ideal. That ideal indeed. The ideal not to hurt anyone is beautiful. Ah, the pacifism ideal. That even the villains shouldn't be hurt. But you passed that in Timeline 1 when you went and killed Kirei, so... I'll make your dream. Yes, I just thought that if nobody was going to do it, I would inherit his dream myself. Believed I could be like Kiritsugu when I grew older. Miracle is something too big for humans. I believed I could be like Kiritsugu. All I obtained was the wisdom to conclude that an ideal is just an ideal. All I can do are remedial measures, even though I've been attacked by the fact it's meaningless. I continue to do whatever I could, thinking that it's good enough if one person is saved. Objective to save as many lives as I can. I've lost a lot of things on the way. I continued so that I wouldn't lose. Lose what exactly? Lose the battle of being a superhero? Even if I'm battered by reality, I can just keep standing if I don't accept the loss, even if I'm only bluffing. Bluffing to the end, bluffing to death when you smile and become Archer in the future past? That ideal. The ideal not to hurt anyone is beautiful. I'll make your dream. If nobody was going to do it, I would inherit his dream myself. That's why I must become a superhero. I have to succeed Kiritsugu and protect what he admired. So it's still just about Kiritsugu? Feels like the truest Shiro has ever been? I have to succeed Kiritsugu and protect what he admired. So it's still just about Kiritsugu? Not about something you want? That still feels like a little like you're being anchored with a burden, but... Baby steps. Baby steps. Alright. Which one is the lie? What's the question exactly? No, the ideal I've had since 10 years ago. I glared into the sky. If I could save someone. I see. As you've grown up, you've strayed further. Cannot be saved. A miracle is something too big for humans. Be like Kiritsugu when I grew older. Lots of deep thinking. He thought the ideal was beautiful. Sure. Even if the ideal is beautiful. Does that, even just because you can appreciate beauty doesn't mean, outside the influence of his dad? Oh, fair. Ideal not to hurt anyone is beautiful. That's true. Yeah, that's a realer look into his soul. Fair. That the ideal not to hurt anyone is beautiful. I mean, you beat up bullies when you were younger, so I guess you were still figuring things out at that point then. Unless Taiga was exaggerating when she said you beat up the bullies. And also, this is after you've gotten to the point where you went and killed Kiritsugu, so you're clearly not a full-on pacifist hero. If nobody was going to do it, I would inherit his dream myself. I have to succeed Kiritsugu. This does feel like baby steps, though. I don't think it's a full understanding of his problems, but at least it's a start. If I can create no victims, and if everyone can keep living peacefully, how good would it... Why do you get cut off? If I can create no victims, and if everyone can keep living peacefully, sure, but if that was as simple as the dream was, you could have had that in the beginning with the Grail. The big difference between Shiro and Archer, Shiro wants to save everyone. Archer wants to save everyone in his sight. Shiro's even more idealistic. Yeah. Such a thing does not exist anywhere in this world. Ah, yes, that's what Archer said to him. Can't fully save everyone. Shut up! You never know until you try! Do you, Shiro? How are you gonna try then? Because, how are you gonna save everyone? What's your goal? I feel like this is the kind of thing, this kind of big wish, if you are doing more than just saving everyone in your, sight and actually saving everyone, short of becoming a heroic spirit so you can keep saving as many people as possible, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, Short of that, it would be a wish on the Grail, but we know that the Grail is grody. Do you still understand that the Grail is grody? Because otherwise, I think the logical next step is, oh, I could use the Grail for a good purpose. Like, to make me a superhero or something. I don't know. We know that it's grody, but he wouldn't necessarily know that yet. So his mind not going there, unless he does subconsciously remember it. I don't know what he knows and what he doesn't know. It feels like his mental state healthily is in the right place, but his knowledge doesn't seem to be there. You never know until you try. Archer did say the Grail was cursed. Oh, that's true. But, like, how seriously does Shiro take that? I guess he'd take it very seriously since Archer is just Shiro from the future. Fair point. I desperately reject the words that come to my mind. He's got a love-hate relationship with Archer, for sure. He told me to drown in my ideals and die. He didn't quite say it that way, but maybe you took it that way? Such a thing does not exist anywhere in the world. What, that you should give up on your ideals? Because you're too idealistic even for him? Wow. If that is the case, Archer was constantly ridiculed and stuff because of his ideals. So if he's now ridiculing you for your ideals, then, yeah, that would be quite an interesting full circle for sure. He did say that? The exact phrase? Drown his ideals and die? I don't remember that specific phrase, but, interesting. Well, given that Archer was told shit like that when he was alive, I can see why he would deflect, especially if he doesn't have full memories of his past self. He would 100% deflect because he sees Shiro as being so similar to him. For sure, for sure, for sure. He told me to drown in my ideals and die. Those words are ominous, as if correctly predicting Shiro's end. I mean, that's how Archer met his end. He drowned his ideals and died. So, when Shiro fell from the stairs toward Assassin's Saber. Oh, that's when Archer followed after him and said, drown in your ideals. Oh, that's when. I thought it was, oh, that's when he said to die. I see. That's what you meant. Okay. I was thinking about their one talk when he said that the Grail was corrupted, but alright, that's when it happened. He did say, tell Shiro to die, but I didn't remember the ideals part. But those words are almost correctly predicting Emi Yoshiro's end. If that is Emi Yoshiro's end, that's also Archer's end, so, you know, same person. Oh, boy. The music still plays during the day change? Oh, day 9. Wow, the music still plays. The music does not normally play during day changes. But I'll take it. I was going to get to the day change. I was about to stop early, actually, but... or rather, I'm stopping a bit late. I've gone about 10 minutes over, but I'm like, that sounds like a good beat. But, oh, man. What does it really mean to be a hero? What does it really mean to be a Shiro? What do it really mean to be a hero? Save. Yeah, usually these do not have music. The day changes. I guess they may see he's lost in his thoughts the whole time, even as the day changes. Well, he's been up past midnight, so that's not technically true, but yeah. Anyways, we're going to stop it here. So, this has been fun. Shiro's having self-realizations. I always like that. I do think there's still definitely, baby steps. Shiro's final goal is to make, this dream his own. Like Archer pre-death. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. He doesn't feel like it's properly his, and he's trying to understand, how to make it his. Sure. I don't think it's fully confronting the darkness in himself, but, you know, that's a big mucho matse ball and something he may never fully do. But I love the confrontation. The Shinji interlude is great. That's really exciting. The idea of Shinji getting a swapped servant, a lone servant. Ooh. Yeah, the ISSEI thing. We have not followed up on that. I don't even know if he's technically the master. That's interesting. Maybe we'll find out tomorrow. But for now, I'm done with this little stream recording video of Fate Stay Night Unlimited Playworks Blind. It's over. So goodbye. Thank you. Outro phrases. It's over. Stop recording. I almost hit the wrong button. Stop recording.